so much for joining me today. I'm so excited to do this pick a card reading on what life with your future spouse will be like. As you can see in front of me, I have 4 piles to choose from. I have the Sun with my PhantomWise Tarot, the Sun with my Labyrinth Tarot, the Sun with my Under the Sea Tarot, and the Sun with my Vampire Tarot. If you already know what pile you belong to, go ahead and check out in the description for the timestamps, and I'll see you at your pile. But if you need a couple more minutes, we can absolutely go through each deck and help you decide which one feels the most fitting for you. I'd also love to go through what is expected for this reading. So first off, I am going to start with 2 animal energy cards from this guidebook. Then we will move on into the archetype for each partner. From there, we'll be getting a special message from my Hermit Tarot deck. And then we'll find a connecting energy between you two. That'll be just for the oracle reading. Moving past the oracle reading, we'll move into the tarot to see what your day-to-day life will look like with your partner, as well as any issues that might arise within the relationship. We're going to look at basic dynamic as well as like the intensity of the connection and highlight some examples or even some like visualizations of what life would look like with your partner. Moving on from there, we'll get some advice. We'll start off with a channeled song for each partner. Then we'll go ahead and grab a message from my Love Angel deck. From there, we'll grab some extra zodiac signs and an angel number. Check out any planets associated with your reading as well. Then we'll grab some messages from your partner using my Hidden Truth Oracle deck. And from there, we'll get some charms and end the reading. If you're still with me because you need a little bit more time to pick out which deck you belong to, I wanted to run through each deck. So pile number 1, we do have the Sun being highlighted in the PhantomWise Tarot deck. This is what the back of the deck really looks like if you needed a closer view. And I'm just going to flip it around for a highlight at some of the cards within this deck. This does tend to be a very black and white deck with beautiful human characters. So that will be for pile number 1. Now moving on to pile number 2, this is my Labyrinth deck here. It shows Toby, the baby character from the movie The Labyrinth. This is what the back of the deck looks like. And flipping it around to the front of the deck, this is some of the imagery. This deck has all of the movie characters from the movie The Labyrinth starring David Bowie. And that will be pile number 2. Pile number 3, this is my Under the Sea Tarot featuring Princess Ariel and Prince Eric from The Little Mermaid. This is actually a deck that was created by Jalissa's Messages. She's another YouTuber who does tarot readings. I fully recommend that you check her out. This is the back of the deck, if you were curious. And I'm taking a small sample from her deck. This is what a lot of the imagery looks like. And that is pile number 3. Now moving on into pile number 4, this is my Vampiric deck. This is what the back of that deck looks like. and some imagery from inside the deck. Alrighty. Thank you guys again for joining me for this reading. I am so excited to do this for you, and I will see you at your pile. Hello, pile number 1. If you chose the PhantomWise sun here with these beautiful sunflowers, then you are at your reading. Thank you so much for joining me today. Today we'll be taking a look at your future spouse. So I do have 2 sides here of pre-pulled oracle cards. This is going to be person A, which I assumed would be you, and then this will be person B, which I assumed will be your spouse. However, if it sounds flipped, the roles might be reversed, so please take what resonates and put yourself where it's necessary. So with person A, we are starting with the tiger. Now the tiger is a lunar force. The tiger doesn't worry about the rules. She is powerful. She's all about internal empowerment. She's about an awakening of confidence and courage and power. This is a fire sign energy, so that could be Sagittarius, Leo, or Aries being highlighted here. God, and she's a lunar force. It does highlight, because I keep focusing on this crescent moon, you might have a crescent moon tattoo, or you might enjoy like a crescent moon. You might also be a night owl. There is this energy of, it's like, it's almost stampeding. It's like like when you walk into a room, other people can feel your presence simply because you have this, I'm seeing like buffaloes like stampede into a valley. It's almost like a rumbling, like an earthquake when you enter a place. Like your energy is like a sonic boom to an environment because of your power. And when you really think about a tiger, when you think about them, like when they do approach, they usually approach with like it's almost like a stroll as they glide while they walk towards you. It's this very confident, like rolling of the paw that we notice. And so there is this, I'm hearing like a confident stride. It's like a gaze-worthy stride when you walk places. Other people might like to like watch you walk. You might have a really nice like catwalk or horse walk. Yeah, I'm also hearing like the way that you dress is very alluring. Oh, so that's something that people notice right away when you walk into a room, is just how magnetic your presence can be. Now with that, we have think before you act coming out. So with the fact that you are a very powerful presence, I do feel as if other people might be really sensitive or even hypersensitive to the things that you say or the things that you act. This is the type of energy where it's almost like everything that you do is taken personally. This is giving me the sense of like Pluto in the first house. I personally have Pluto in Sagittarius, and I have Sagittarius in my first house. So this is a placement that I actually resonate with quite well. Unfortunately, it is almost a direly powerful position and placement to have, because Pluto is all about personal empowerment. And then in the first house of like how others are going to perceive me, how my image kind of exerts itself, how it takes on a life of its own, like the creation of my image, rather than just like my ego and how I see myself. It has caused a lot of people in my life to kind of look at me as if I'm an intimidating presence. I have noticed, like quite specifically, that just my words, I have fighting words is what I call them, where it's like, I could say something completely normal, completely rational, completely average, but the power of just who I am in general almost takes on a life of its own. So other people take my words as though they're fighting words. And this is something that I noticed a lot in my teen years, is that I would say something that would trigger grown men. So like adult men would not be able to handle my teenage girl words, and they would take it extremely personal, and they would like throw a tantrum about it. It would actually get them very dysregulated. So there is this sense of like you have the power to get people to act out of character. And not even just that, you have the power, like where your words, your voice, it is so alluring that you can open doors for yourself and for others. So there is this real need to be intentional about the things that you're saying and the way that you act around people, because your presence is impactful. The things that you have to say are important. They are impactful. Other people take what you have to say seriously. They take your opinions seriously. Not even just that, they take them to heart. Moving on from that, we also have the siren coming out. Oh my gosh, gorgeous. So the siren is a beautiful energy. She is part of the Trinity of Temptation. This is another femme fatale energy. Now the Trinity of Temptation, I believe it's mermaids, fairies, and angels, but I could be wrong on that. It might be mermaids, fairies, and vampires. But with the siren being here, this is a very alluring voice. One of my favorite things about the sirens is that she does not play by the rules. She actually eats the rules for breakfast. I'm hearing that song. It says basic for breakfast. You might want to look that up. That's like a manifestation song. But with this siren being here, yeah, I do get the sense that there is something extremely powerful about your voice. You might be a singer or a public speaker of some form. You might be a creator or an influencer. Whether or not you actually do like influence on a platform, you are an influencer. Like the things that you have to say, your opinions, they carry a lot of heavy weight with other people. So like you just wearing a certain top might cause other people to like mimic or copycat you. You have this sense about you that is like this leadership kind of force. I'm getting like an unstoppable force when you get going, when you're active. Yeah, and then this is obviously being a siren. This is a water sign energy, so that could be Cancer, Scorpio, or Pisces being highlighted. Wow, a fire and water combo is gorgeous. All I can think of is smoke. Yeah, and that's kind of that is this kind of dynamic. That smoke, that's kind of the underlying dynamic to Pluto in the first house. Is it's like smoke and mirrors, where like other people really aren't able to understand you because there's so much smoke involved. They feel as if you're vague or otherworldly or ethereal, and because of that, because of the mystery, the mystery and how mysterious you are, they are very intimidated and afraid of you. Now let's go ahead and move on into your spouse. We have the hummingbird. Oh, that's so, so cute. So we have the hummingbird for your spouse. Now the hummingbird is positive. They're spiritually resourceful. This is someone who can create something out of nothing. With the hummingbird being here, this is an air sign energy. So Libra, Scorpio. Oh, Libra, Scorpio. No. It's going to be Libra, Gemini, or Aquarius. Interesting. Interesting. Maybe someone here does have Scorpio in their chart. But yeah, the hummingbird is a beautiful creator. They are very, very resourceful, internally and externally. The hummingbird is very positive. But one of the things that I love about the hummingbird that isn't heavily brought up in tarot when we're, going through like the archetypes or we're doing epistemology on tarot, one thing that isn't heavily brought up here is the fact that the hummingbird deconstructs spiritual concepts, okay? They use this beautiful beak of theirs to dig their face into and pull the nectar from a concept. I feel like the hummingbird is able to reach deeper and see below just the surface, just the roots of, into the roots of something, into the core of the tree or into the core of the flower, and they're able to pull sustenance from that. So there is this very strong, sustaining energy of the hummingbird within its positivity. So it's not like it's just shallowly positive, which again, actually, Pluto in Sagittarius specifically, in the Sagittarius in the first house specifically, is like delusionally positive. It's to a point where they are like optimistic to a fault, like beyond any convention or beyond any reason. And that's kind of the energy of the hummingbird, except there is a rationale included in it. It's not like they're just delusionally happy for no reason. They are delusionally happy because they choose to be, because they recognize that that is the best possible action for them. They recognize that that is how they're being, a small creature as the hummingbird, a small and fast prey creature. They might recognize that, they need to stay on the move, so they can't let anything weigh them down. They don't have much weight to themselves to be able to be weighed down. So it does give me the sense that your partner, or maybe even you, if you are person B, might really struggle with burdens or stressors. You might be easily overwhelmed or struggle with being able to kind of vocalize your issues or the things that, you don't really agree with or make you unhappy, instead of actually, calling it out and resolving it or finding, a better outcome. You might just like glide over it or fly past it, essentially. There's also a sense that you might fly that your partner might fly so quickly that they kind of miss some of the big picture items here, right? Because they're so small, so they're only able to see from their perspective, which is not a bad thing. I'm not saying like they're like small, or they're not like the smallest man in the world, that kind of concept. I mean, in the sense of like they can only see as much as their perspective allows them to, and because they kind of zoom past things, as the hummingbird often does, they might miss a lot of the big picture items. Yeah, and they might jump. This gives me a sense of like ADHD, where it's like they might jump from hobby to hobby to hobby, especially because they're so resourceful. They might be a very natural talent at a lot of things. Like it's that beginner's luck energy, but they can't really seem to stick with anything long term. Whereas I feel like with the tiger, there's almost this slow predatorial creep towards their goals and wants and achievements, where it's like they quite literally, it's stalking. Their they stalk their goals and their achievements. And so I feel like the tiger and the siren over here, the person A, is like an unrelenting force when it comes to what they want to do. Whereas the hummingbird is kind of like, oh, well, I'll try this and this and this and this, and I'll try a little bit of this. And they have a lot of variety. And I think that's what the hummingbird likes. I think that helps them, because their worldview can be so small at times. I think it really helps them to broaden their horizons by kind of tinkering and putting their hands in every single cookie jar. Now, with the hummingbird, it says, I am addicted to you, number 15. That is coming to 6 as well. Now, the hummingbird is absolutely addicted to the tiger, and I feel like this is in part due to like their natural just allure. They might really enjoy the voice of the siren. They might really enjoy the siren's hobbies and interests, but I feel like it's deeper than that. I feel like because this hummingbird has, such a long beak, and they're able to kind of stick their nose into things and really get to the root of them, I feel as if the hummingbird really, really appreciates the tiger's persona. Like the way that the tiger kind of allows themselves to express themselves. I think between the two of these, a big connecting factor is that neither of them have a real regard for the social contract or the social construct of things. They like to deconstruct, they like to break things down, they like to kind of ignore the rules and create their own, but it's not in the sense of like, they're not doing it to like be bad or to be like cruel or like just to disregard and dismiss the rules. I think that they're actually doing it in order to kind of tinker and create more. It is this very big sense of like deconstruction between the two, and I think they kind of play off of each other. So I feel like with your partner, a big thing here is going to be like, okay, well, why are we doing what we're doing, and is this beneficial for us? I feel almost as if it comes down to the word function, right? Now, the root of the word function has 3 parts of it. It's, number 1, a function is an action, a concept, or a thought. So it is like the act of doing something. It is a call to action. The second thing is what happens when we do that action. Like, what is the natural consequence of doing that action? And number 3 is how useful was that action based on the consequence of the action. And I feel like this is going to be something between the dynamic of you two that is going to be very, very constant, where you're consistently breaking down like, okay, well, we did this. Like, we went to a party, and the act of going to the party meant that we got to see all of our friends, but the consequence of seeing all of our friends is now we are incredibly, incredibly drained. So how useful was going to that party, and can we do it again tomorrow for a different party? And so I do feel like it's going to be it's a very even playing field between the two. I feel almost as if the tiger gives the hummingbird a platform to be heard and be seen, while also providing the hummingbird, like the tiger gives them that platform, so the hummingbird feels seen and heard. But not even just that, I feel as if the tiger defends what the hummingbird has to say, because they're so small, their voice, their tweet, it's so small, it's so quiet, that other people might overlook it, and because they're constantly zooming around, other people might look at the hummingbird and, completely ignore what they have to say. This is giving me the sense of like you go to a restaurant and the hummingbird's order is wrong. Like they ordered no pickle, but pickles came on their burger. And they're like, no, it's fine, it's fine. I'll just take it off. I'll just pick it off. And the tiger's like, no, absolutely not. Waitress, I'm sorry, can we get this remade? Like it does give me that sense of like tiger actually helps give the hummingbird a voice where previously they didn't have one, where previously they might have been kind of a pushover, or like a doormat in a way. There's a lot of people-pleasing tendencies with the hummingbird. So now we're moving on into the creator. I'm so excited. So this is ironically another portion of a trio. They are part of the trio of existence. And a big thing about the creator is their resourcefulness. It highlights how, the hummingbird could walk into an empty room and they could create sound within this empty room. They can bounce off of the walls. They can create an energy that previously wasn't there before, and they can create it out of absolutely nothing. So I do feel as if the hummingbird has this deep perseverance, this deep resilience within them. Now, with that being said, I feel as if the hummingbird might have quite a tumultuous or traumatic life before they meet the tiger. They might even, meet the tiger at a time where they are quite chaotic or kind of, I'm seeing like scattered, like mentally, where their energy is kind of just in all sorts of different places. But I feel like it is born because of that. It kind of bores this creator energy where they are able to create something out of nothing. And even when they have nothing, they still have their own positivity. They still have their own happiness. This kind of reminds me of a time I had a partner years and years ago, right? And at some point in time, we got behind, like really behind on rent, like 6 months behind on rent, and I had no idea. And so I'm on the other side of the country. I'm on vacation with a friend of mine. My landlord calls me, and he goes, hey, you're 6 months behind on rent. I'm evicting you. And I was like, oh my goodness. So I call my partner at the time, and I'm like, hey, we're being evicted. What's going on? And my partner like freaks out, right? They got this hummingbird energy of like panic, scatter, zoom past it. But I took because there's a duality to the hummingbird. There's that panic, that fastness, that quickness, that lack of like restraint, of self-restraint that the tiger is kind of mastered here. The duality to the hummingbird is that on the other side, they're also incredibly positive. They're always looking for the outcome, and they can zoom to the finish line. So that duality is like my partner panicked, and my immediate response was like, okay, how do we fix this? How can we reach the outcome? How can we create a resolve for this so that way we can still have a place to live by the time I come back home from the other side of the country? And so there is this, it honestly feels like the hummingbird in their life has gone through so many different like tumultuous, terrifying, end of the world type of experiences that the end of the world doesn't scare them anymore. It doesn't. It's actually something where they're almost able to kind of create calmness where there is only chaos. This is the type of person who is like, who can lead people out of a building when the building's on fire. This is the sense of like a firefighter rushing into a building and saving, people who are trapped inside the fire. There is this calmness, this resilience, this perseverance, and I feel like that is what the tiger really looks to the hummingbird for. It's this deeply grounded energy where I think the tiger might be quite quick to pounce on things. There's a very like high energy duo between these two, but I feel like it's easily drained. And as a result of becoming easily drained, I feel like the hummingbird is more likely to rest, but the tiger is more likely to lash out. And I feel like the tiger is able to kind of rely on the hummingbird to ground them, to relax them, to be like, hey, it's okay. I know everything around us is on fire right now, but you don't need to attack. That's not going to help. Attacking isn't going to help. It's not going to stop the fire. We need to find an exit. We need to leave. And so I feel as if the hummingbird kind of creates this overwhelming sense of calmness everywhere that they go. There's a very grounded sense to the hummingbird here. It kind of almost gives off this aloof energy. Now, I think that this couple right here is like this, your partner and you are a power team. When other people see you, it's so funny, the light above me just started tinking when I said power team. When other people see you two, when you guys walk into a room together, it's almost like all eyes are on you. Where it's like everyone is magnetically attached and watching you and watching how you guys interact with each other. You guys are an example for what love really could be. Wow, and I really love the background of the hummingbird and the creator. It's so gorgeous. Do you see like how all the white is on the outside and then it's surrounded by black and there's all this like beautiful color, and then on this it's all white on the inside and all this beautiful color and then surrounded by black. Yeah, the hummingbird, your partner, or if this is you, like there's this very beautiful aura that they have to them where it's like they're very self-contained. And so I do feel as if they are quite mysterious in their own ways, where it's like you would have to ask them how they're feeling or what they're thinking in order to get the honest truth out of them. Whereas with the tiger, it's almost like they're very willing to just give you their raw and honest opinion. Like they're not going to hold back by any means. They're actually going to tell you, and they're going to convince you to agree with them in the meantime. Yeah, this is a huge power couple actually, and I'm really here for it. So moving on, the connecting energy between you two is forgiveness. And I don't feel like it's forgiveness between you two, although there might be some issues in the beginning. I feel like in the beginning of your life with your spouse, like when you guys are living together, yeah, there's going to be some issues because the hummingbird is a huge people pleaser and they get drained really easily due to the people pleasing. And so I feel like they will people please the tiger until they are so exhausted that they kind of mooch off the tiger's drained energy and lash out as a result. So there does seem to be a need for like understanding and forgiveness, this like grounded energy of like, well, what of deconstruction. I feel like there's going to have to be this journey to learn how to deconstruct together so that way you guys aren't kind of like at each other's throats. But I do feel as if in the beginning of your lives together, after the honeymoon phase, because there is a beautiful honeymoon phase here, but I feel like I feel like the honeymoon phase is short-lived for you two, at first, only because the excitement of everything is going to be incredibly draining for the two of you. And then once you guys are kind of like drained and out of energy and you can't really like reflect and bounce off of each other like you could in the past, I feel as if it's going to lead to this, yeah, I feel like there's going to have to be a moment where you stop, and I'm seeing this from Chicken Little. Oh my gosh, you might want to watch Chicken Little because, what's her name? Like Betty Mallard or something? The Ugly Duckling? Maybe it's Betsy? I can't remember. But the Ugly Duckling, which is like Chicken Little's like little girlfriend, right? His like best friend. She talks to Chicken Little and she's like, "You need to talk to your dad. Like you need to get closure here. That means that you guys need to talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk until you reach an outcome, until you reach like a moment where you don't need to talk anymore about it." And that's kind of where I'm getting here is like the tiger is going to be very quick to almost like roar at the hummingbird, and then the hummingbird's going to retreat and run away and hide because they're not going to know really how to deal with it because they're such a people pleaser. But then I feel as if the tiger is gonna like saunter over to the hummingbird while the hummingbird's like, I'm seeing someone like sulking, like almost throwing like a pity party for themselves, and they're like, "Hey, like I'm sorry that I acted that way," you know. And the hummingbird is gonna be like, "Well, you shouldn't act that way towards me." It's like a very dramatic. I'm seeing this is such a funny, it's such a niche reference, but it's actually where what is it? It's something about marigolds, where it's like, I might not know my flowers, but I know a bitch when I see one. It's very funny. But that's kind of the energy of the hummingbird, where it's like this overwhelmed, kind of sulking, sad energy, where it's like, I might not know, how to deal with you when you're drained, but I know that you're being rude to me. And the tiger's like, well, I'm sorry, you're right, I shouldn't have roared. Like, how can we get to the bottom of this? So I do feel like there is going to be, after a period of kind of like high tension, high intensity tension, there is going to be this deep period of forgiveness and understanding and grounding. And I think that that's actually going to lead into this space of openness, where it's gonna like very much even the emotional platform for both of them so they can kind of vocalize like their childhoods. And I feel like that's where the deconstruction energy is really gonna get kicked into full gear here, is like The tiger is really going to help the hummingbird to stand up for themselves and to recognize what they deserve and what they need, and to build up this sense of deserving that's going to help them create more. And the hummingbird is going to allow the tiger, I think, the space to be emotionally expressive without any judgment, without, feeling as if they're being like temptatious or being objectified. Because I feel as if the tiger's dealt a lot with people projecting their desires onto them. And the tiger might be very exhausted by that. And the hummingbird just lets the tiger be exactly who they are. There is no expectations. Like a big thing that I've talked about recently is like, not even on my platform, but with a friend, actually. We were talking about, we were deconstructing the concept of fat phobia, and I was talking very heavily about image, where I was like, a lot of other people will have this expectation of how I need to present myself to them. And when I don't meet that expectation, they weaponize it against me. So if I, talk to them, if I like talk to my dad's girlfriend before I've like brushed my hair or taken a shower, she will straight up tell me that like I am spiraling emotionally. And it's like, no, I'm not. I'm just emotionally exhausted, and I haven't had a moment to like do any self-care because I'm too busy dealing with other things. Um, and I feel like the hummingbird is going to allow the tiger kind of a space to just exist naturally without needing to put up this image or this presentation or this display of who they need to be. Okay, that's beautiful. Yeah, there's a lot of forgiveness here, and I feel like these two will really help each other to forgive themselves for the things that happened in like their younger years and in their childhood, and there's a lot of energy of closure here, where they kind of like, you and your partner will give each other so much closure. And I feel as if it's going to open up this brand new chapter of who you are now, because there's such a strong confidence in who you are and who you are growing into. There's a lot of potent healing energy between these two. It's the trio. And I feel as if, because we have two parts of a trio here, there is going to eventually be potentially just one child. I am seeing like a single child, if not even maybe 3 children, potentially up to 4. You guys could have quite a lot of children, actually. Like 1 to 4 children is what I'm seeing between these two. But this is a very, very beautiful energy. Let's go ahead and get into the tarot. Alrighty, I'm going to go ahead and use the PhantomWise Tarot. We are missing the Sun card, but that's fine. We already know that this is about commitment and marriage, so not super worried about that. I would like to dive deeper. Spirit, what is the relationship like between the hummingbird and the tiger here? What will what will their lives be like together? What will the lives between these spouses be like together? Let's dive deeper. Here we have the 9 of Cups. Oh my goodness, yes. There's a lot of harmony, a lot of relaxation. I'm getting like you guys might take bubble baths together. I know that's so funny, but it is giving like bubble bath energy, where it's like this moment of like, there's a lot of self-care involved in this. I feel like you guys each will push each other to take care of yourselves in ways that no one else has. And I feel like you will also kind of pick up the slack for your partner. Like if your partner is struggling, I've actually done this with a partner. I had a partner who they had very, very long hair, and they really struggled, to manage and maintain that long hair when they went through like depressive episodes. And so I remember that they would work at like 4 in the morning, and they would come to me at like 4 in the morning. I would drive them to work. They would come to me after they would take a shower, and they'd be like, hey, like, can you braid my hair? And I was always like, yes, like, please, like, I would love to. There was even, I think, 2 separate times where like we took a shower together, and I sat there and I like washed their hair, and I like brushed all the mats out of it, so that way they wouldn't have to like cut off their hair, because the mats were so bad from a depressive episode. So it is kind of this energy of like, not only is self-care going to be heavily prioritized between the two of you, but I feel as if it's something where like if one is lacking, the other will recognize it and offer their service. It's the act of service. There is a lot of service going on. Ooh, I'm hearing mouth service. So yeah, the little glimpse into your physical life with your spouse. I feel as if this might be quite a hypersexual pair, given the high energy between you two, and even potentially the ADHD between you two. So there is this sense of maybe you guys really like oral. I wasn't trying to go into like a an 18 plus reading here, but yeah, there might be this, you guys might really like that. Or maybe you really like receiving that from your partner or giving that to your spouse. Yeah, oh, and I really didn't want this to be an 18 plus reading, but I'm hearing like, oh my gosh, it's actually a quote. I think I have a picture of it where it's like on the floor, on the kitchen counter, on the bed, on the mantle. Whereas like you guys are just like in the beginning of your guys' life together, I think you're just gonna be constantly doing it, like going at it like rabbits. Oh, I didn't mean that. I'm so sorry. I mean, I do mean that because that is true. It's just that I wasn't expecting this to go in that direction. Okay, can I get some more information about the spouses' lives together? All right, we have the 7 of Pentacles in reverse, and we have the 9 of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. Interesting. Let me get a couple more before I continue. Okay, we have the 2 of Cups in reverse. I have, the 5 of Cups upright. Then we have the 9 of Wands upright. Okay. On the back of the deck, I have the 6 of Cups here. And then I have the Knight of Cups upright. Okay, perfect. Whew. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I feel like this is going to be someone who will kind of sweep you off your feet. And not even just that. I feel like your spouse will kind of have secrets. And I don't think they're bad secrets. I don't think that that's like I don't think that they're like cheating on you or anything. I'm getting the sense that they're going to have like these little secrets that you find quirky and adorable. And it's almost like I'm hearing, I think it's Peter and Lois from Family Guy, where Lois makes a War of Worlds reference. And Peter's like, oh, like, you're a gamer? There's a nerd in there? And she's like, maybe. And he's like, oh, I learn something new about you every day. And she's like, yeah, you do. Like, maybe you can find out. And so there's this kind of like flirty energy when it comes to like discovering more about your partner. I feel as if you two will treat each other as if you are like a never-ending puzzle in a very good way, where it's like you are constantly exploring, like exploring each other and exploring each other like physically as well. So this might have to do with kinks too, is like maybe the longer that you guys are together, you're able to kind of explore sensuality and sexuality and express that and find new ways that you guys enjoy each other. This is so funny. Oh my goodness. I know it's so hard to see. Let me see if I can bring my light up on it correctly. Okay, so there is a bird right here, and then there's a freaking tiger right here. Yeah, I feel maybe the hummingbird is going to be like a lot more hypersexual than the tiger. Maybe the tiger is like a pillow princess. Sorry, because it is a feminine force, so that's why I'm saying princess, but it could be, you might be a pillow prince, who knows. But yeah, there is this sense of, oh, you guys might invite like a third. There might be like a same-sex dynamic here that you would enjoy. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I don't know why this suddenly got very, very rated R. But I'm getting the sense that your sex life with your partner is going to be very adventurous, very fun. And I feel like it's even going to be a little bit of like hard work where it's kind of like tinkering. So there's this emotional sense. Maybe it's aftercare that I'm picking up on. There might be a real big sense of aftercare between the two of you that really helps you to like emotionally bond in a deeper way. Yeah, it kind of like, I think it changes your perspective of like, of sex and of like how you should be treated by a partner physically. Yeah, this might even come about like during pregnancy. Like the aftercare might get like especially sweet or especially intense between the two of you, where like you're able to, like if you're pregnant and you're just kind of like very over emotional, that aftercare might be like immensely important to you during that time. It might really help you to connect with your partner on a deeper level. Whew, wow, okay. We have the 7 of Pentacles and the 9 of Pentacles here. So I do feel as if in the beginning of your life together, there is this like almost standoffish energy. And I think that's because it's so new that it's almost like anxious, where it hasn't really like set in yet that it's permanent. And so I am getting this kind of sense where it's almost like you guys are trying to like speed through all the milestones together, where I'm getting the sense where it's like you come home from the honeymoon and then you immediately try to buy a house and then you immediately try to have kids, and because you feel like that's the way that you should, like you feel like that's the way that things have to go. It's like, you know, you date and then you get married and then you date and then like you move in together and then you get married and then you buy a house and then you have kids and then you grow old together. And I feel like because both parties are constantly like deconstructing the social contract, I feel as if you guys are going to change the game. This is giving me the sense where it's almost like you guys miss a bunch of major milestones, not in the way where it's like in a bad way. It's almost like you guys do it because your connection, because your bond is so intense and so strong. But I do feel as if later on in life, you might kind of regret moving so quickly with each other just because you missed out on a lot of very like special moments that you could have savored. This is giving me the sense of like not going to prom in high school, and then like in your 50s you look back and you're like, man, like I should have gone to prom, like that would have been so much fun, you know, I could have had those memories to last for the rest of my life. So this is kind of giving me the sense of like you guys get engaged on like the 3rd month, and so you never really got to experience each other like past that point, where it's like it does give me the sense of like a very quick engagement here, where it's almost like you guys aren't really in love when you get engaged. I do feel as if you guys might start this relationship off on a like base, like the actual commitment, the long-term marriage. It's almost as if neither of you have really recognized that you are like deeply in love yet. And I don't think it's because you're not. I think that there is this surface level of love, but I don't think that either of you really know each other deep enough. I don't think that there was this connection to deconstruction and to opening up until after you guys got married. And I think that even comes like maybe a year or two into the marriage. And so I feel like in the very beginning of things, and even towards it is like the beginning, like the first year or two, I feel like there's almost this like strenuous tension between you two, because you feel like you can't fully open up or fully be yourself yet. You're still like kind of acting in a sense. Yeah. I am also kind of getting the sense that you or your partner might travel for work. One or the other may travel for work, so they might leave for long periods of times. There might be like a long period of separation between the two of you, but I am seeing this 2 of Cups. Like you guys are still deeply, deeply in love. I just feel as if you guys might be separated from each other for some periods of time due to work, due to finances, due to career, because this is coming up under the 7 of Pentacles. And I feel like just within this, there might be some anxieties in regards to like, oh my gosh, like, could they be like cheating on me? I'm seeing like the Queen's Gambit, actually. If you haven't seen the Queen's Gambit, there's this point where like the main character, her adopted mom and her adopted father are like, they're having kind of like a tenuous, stressful point in their relationship, right? Because they've had so many miscarriages, they weren't able to carry a daughter themselves, or I think maybe their daughter had died or something. There was something about it where like they had lost a child essentially, and they couldn't like have another one, so they adopt the main character. And immediately, like, the father leaves and he, like, travels for work, and he, like, leaves and he goes and he actually starts a whole other family with another woman on, like, the other side of the country. And so he leaves the house to the wife and, like, never comes back and stops, like, sending money. And so, like, the main character has to take up the role of, like, being the man or the provider for the house. And so there is this kind of sense of like loneliness that is going to stem from, and even anxiety and worry and shame and guilt and fear that stems from this kind of separation. But I feel as if you two will reconnect during your times of connection and kind of deconstruct these ideas to strengthen your bonds. Sorry about that. My cat was actually like scratching at my door to come in. So that might be like the energy of the partner, where it's like, you know, they might feel like because they've been gone so long, they have to kind of like scratch at the door to come back in. Or you might feel like, you know, you're scratching at your partner to kind of like get them to let you in, right? There might be these moments of like shutdown between you two. Because if it's not like a physical separation, it could be like an emotional separation where one partner is like goes through like postpartum depression, or goes through a period where they're like emotionally like numb and void. And I feel like the other partner will kind of be like knocking, I'm hearing like knocking on heaven's door. They'll be like knocking on your door, trying to get you to like let them in. Or it might be, you know, it might be you knocking on your partner's door to let them in. But I feel like it's because of this like drained, shutdown energy. We also have the 9 of Wands here. Yeah. I feel like there will be a period in this relationship, in this dynamic, where you guys might feel as if you are adversaries or you are like opponents. And I feel like this is going to stem from a lot of childhood trauma where perhaps maybe like your parents, there's so much like noise going on. I just got like really overstimulated. Like very, very quickly, I got very overstimulated. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe you guys get like overstimulated easily, and so you kind of like forget that you guys are a team and you lash out on each other. There's this sense of it's like you guys have to grow past this energy of seeing the other. It's I'm seeing from The Good Place where Eleanor, I think that's her name, Eleanor like lashes out on all her friends when she realizes like the group is like all splitting up and leaving Australia. Eleanor like lashes out and she freaks out on them and she like punches a hole in a cake and she's like, screw you all, and she leaves. And then she meets with one of her friends who's like, hey, like I'm checking on my friend who just freaked out and like called us all losers and is now hiding behind a tree in shame. So, you know, I wanted to see if you're okay. And Eleanor's like, hey, like you're a brain scientist. Can you tell me why I did that? Like, can you, oh my God, I like want to sob. And I just got really overwhelmed emotionally. Where it's like, you know, can you tell me why I did that? Like, why I just tried to destroy all my friendships? And her friend, who's like a brain scientist, is like, well, you know, from what I've witnessed from you, because she's deconstructing, you know, Eleanor's childhood, she's like, from what I see from you, it's like, I don't, you had to raise yourself. Most people, they grow up and they grow past the idea of like, me versus the world into us versus the world. And I think this is the first time, wow, I'm like really about to sob. Oh my goodness, like my hands are like shaking. Wow, this might be like a really emotional conversation for you and your partner. Where it's like maybe they're extremely like hyper independent and they feel like they have to deal with all their emotions on like their own. I like really, really feel for this person. This is like a really like heavy energy to carry on. Yeah, I am picking up the sense where like your partner might lash out on you because they're like so overwhelmed and overburdened that they feel like it's them against the entire world. And they feel like they have to carry the weight of the world on their back. And they might like, I feel like as if you might have to like scratch on their door or like knock on their door to get them to open up about, you know, how they feel like they're carrying all of the responsibilities on themselves. And you know, there is this sense of you having to explain to them like, I think that this is the first time that you've been part of a team or like part of a community, and the concept, the fear of losing that is making you lash out in unpredictable ways. And that's okay, you know, like I'm here for you, I'm here to work through with you. I'm straight up sobbing like talking about this out of absolutely nowhere. So like this is going to be a really deep and emotional time for you and your partner where like you guys are really able to bond and grow through this. But I think it's going to have to come from the non-hyper independent partner to kind of offer that support, offer that olive branch. Whew. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Wow. I put that card down and all of the emotion just like fell off of my shoulders. That was really like emotionally intense. Wow. Let me have a drink really quick. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I feel like that's gonna be the moment where like things have reached their peak in terms of tension in the relationship, and then everything from there is like a very calm descent into like understanding and grounding. Wow, I'm like very much back to normal. That was extremely intense. I'm like almost frightened by how quickly that like I was fully in tears. Um Wow. So with my 6 of Cups being here and my 3 of Wands, yeah, there might be, you guys might struggle to conceive. You guys might struggle with fertility issues. even though, this is so funny, even though you guys might be like screwing around, like screwing like rabbits, there might be some issue conceiving. Or there might even be like some immaturity in this situation where you're like, do I want to have kids with someone who like perceives the world like this? Like, do I want to have kids with, you know, a mom who like considers herself like a single, with someone who would consider herself a single mother? Not that doesn't have to be the exact example. That's just, you know, one example of what could be happening here. Yeah, 3 and 6. I do get the sense where it's almost like a struggle with fertility. I do feel like there will be a bit of a struggle with fertility here. We have the Fool in reverse and the King of Wands with the Knight of Swords. Yeah, I feel like it's going to have to be like strategic, like planned. Like if you guys are going to have children, which I feel like you guys, because we have the Emperor here, this is all about like owning a kingdom. I do feel like you guys will have multiple children together, but I feel like it's going to have to be very scheduled, structured. I don't think that you're going to have any kids that you aren't expecting. I think every child that you have will be planned. And it's like you guys are intentionally trying to have children together. But it's going to have to come after this, like, oh my gosh, this Nine of Wands energy. Because that was crazy. That was really intense. Like, this person has some serious, serious stuff that they need to work through, but they really do need support to work through it, because they really do, they will get to a point where they feel like everything's just on them. Oh yeah, that might be that aftercare energy that I was picking up on with the Empress. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Alrighty, well, I want to go ahead and get into some advice and some charms, and I will see you in just a second. Wow, I'm still kind of reeling, like, emotionally, from what happened here, like, from all the emotions in the tarot, but I'm going to try to, like, push ahead. I want to get a channeled song for this pile. What's a channeled song for this pile? For my pile number 1. Ooh. Oh, that's so cute. So we have 2. We have Picture by Feeble Little Horse, which is crush and mutual feelings. On the back it says, if you're thinking what I'm thinking, paint me a pretty picture. And it carries on to of me and you. And it says, oh, hello. I feel like that's how your connection's going to start. Where, like, I feel like you guys are going to lock eyes. And you'll just be like, oh, hi. I think you're my soulmate. It's going to be a very quick connection for you two. I'm picking up on the fact, like, when you guys meet each other, it's going to be like an instant understanding of like, oh, you're my person. Oh my God, like, you're my person. Ah, like, I get it. You're my person. Oh, that's so sweet. That is so sweet. Then I have the second one is I Am by Baby Tate featuring Flo Milli. So there is a need for affirmations and self-care. I was picking up on that, where like self-care between the two of you is heavily prioritized. And this says, I am healthy, I am wealthy, I am rich. I am gonna go get that bag and I am not gonna take your shit. I am protectable, respected, I'm a queen, I'm a dream. I do what I wanna do and I'm whom I wanna be because I am me. Sorry, this is actually the song that I sing this song when I'm doing dishes, just because it makes me feel really good when I'm doing dishes. Yeah. Okay, I wanna grab a love oracle card. So we have This Could Be the One. Yeah, this is your soulmate. We are talking about your future spouse. Super duper cute. And then with that, on the back of the deck, I have Attraction. You attract this romantic love by enjoying this moment fully. And I love her smelling the roses. Yeah, I feel like you might meet this person. The tiger might meet this person during a time period where they're kind of like, where they're looking. I feel like the tiger is going to attract the hummingbird into their life. I don't think it's going to be the other way around. I feel like the tiger has to be in a position mentally and emotionally on like an energetic wavelength where they are quite literally like tuning into the hummingbird's frequency of like delusional positivity. So I feel like the tiger is going to have to enter into this period, this space where they're almost like the whole world is roses and they're always smelling roses everywhere they go. Wow, that was a really, really interesting message. But yeah, I feel like they're going to have to tune into the hummingbird's frequency in order to attract the hummingbird to them. They have to become like the nectar that the hummingbird is trying to find. Interesting. I want to grab from my Hidden Truth Oracle. We have, I want to tell you how I feel. Yeah, I'm telling you, there's something here. I'm actually going to put this under self-care. There's something here seriously about like almost debilitating hyper independence and then deconstructing those ideas and learning to be a team, learning to move from like me versus the world to us versus the world. And then deconstructing that even more to help the world. This is the kind of couple that literally would, like, they would save the world together if they could. We have, I knew exactly what I was doing. Interesting. Let's get a couple more. I wish I could share my good news with you. Yeah. I replay our conversations over and over again. Yeah, that's beautiful. And then we have, I feel you even though we are apart. So this might be that separation energy. Yeah, I don't think that there will be any like cheating in this relationship. I just feel like there's going to be a period of separation, like either emotional or physical, where you guys like aren't going to be able to see each other. Okay, and then we also have self-indulgence here. Focus on self, self-worth, time to heal, shadow work, and self-appreciation. Yeah, I very much feel like one partner is really going to help the other one like see their worth and their value in this life. Let's get another. Oh, we have palm tree, stability, security, permanence, growth, endurance, and flexibility. Yeah, that's that grounding energy that I was picking up on the beginning. Wow, like one partner is really going to help the other like heal their trauma, their wounds, and the other one is really going to help them like find this sense of home. It's giving me the sense of like, you feel like home to me. Oh, that's beautiful. I'm like gonna cry. This pile is so cute. You guys are so cute together. I'm gonna grab some zodiac signs. Did I already grab an angel number? I don't think I did. I'm gonna grab an angel number. We have 258. So 258 is gonna be your angel number for today. If you would like to pop that into your search engine and then let me know what message you get down in the comments. I would love to hear it. I like seeing all the different messages that we get. We have Scorpio being highlighted. So Scorpio might be one of your signs. Although we also had... Oh, and I did say that the hummingbird might be a Scorpio. I'm being so for real with you. The hummingbird might be a Scorpio. But the hummingbird is Libra, Gemini, Aquarius. And then the tiger is Leo, Sagittarius, and Aries. We also had... I think it was this. I think this is Saturn coming out. So this is about rules and restrictions. And I really do believe that I think it's less about the actual rules and restrictions. And I think it's about identifying what the rules are, deconstructing them, and then remaking them to fit this dynamic. I feel like this is going to be kind of an unconventional relationship, but in the best way possible. Like in a way where other people look at you and they're like, wow, like, I wish I could have that. Like, I want to be like that. And I feel like your children are going to be so grateful for the parents that they have, because the parents that they have are so like emotionally aware. Like your children are going to grow up in such a healthy environment. They will have their own like trials and tribulations, but I feel like it's going to be a real point for the both of you to kind of raise children that are very like self-conscious, very self-aware, very emotionally secure, very structured in terms of like they know that they can express their emotions openly and be heard and understood. I feel like you two together are gonna break a lot of generational trauma, so that way your children don't have to go through it. All right, but let me get a couple more zodiac signs here. Ooh, that came out quickly. We have Cancer energy. Okay, where do I want to put this? Pop that right there. I got one more. Oh, whoa, ho, ho. My deck is like all mushed together. That was very strange. I wasn't expecting that. Are we good now? Okay, yeah, we're good. Let's get just one more. Oh, we have a new moon. The time is ripe for seeking new opportunities. Yeah, you might meet this person on a new moon. Beautiful. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get into the charmies here. Oh, and on the back of the deck, we have the wolf. Beware of letting your wilder instincts spin out of control here. I feel like that's a message for the tiger. because we had that think before you act. Yeah, that's also a message, is like for the tiger, I feel like the hummingbird might be particularly sensitive to your words. So that was a big message with like the think before you act, is like think about what you're saying before you kind of lash out on a hummingbird, especially in the early portions of this relationship. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and grab the charms. So if you're noise sensitive, now's a good time to turn down the volume, as this can get pretty loud. Okay. Let me zoom right on in here. Oh, this is so cute. You guys might really like wine. I'm seeing that you guys might have like a wine collection. You might invite friends over for like a charcuterie board or for like drink nights. There's a big sense of community happening here. Like, and that community might be tied in with alcohol or with food. I'm hearing, is it delicacies? Is that what I'm thinking of? Okay, let me also, ooh, okay. Interesting. We'll get into it in just a second. I don't want to talk over myself too much because that's how I get confused. Okay, alrighty, here we go. We're all together? We're all together. Perfect. So we have my, we have my Three of Wands and my Three of Swords, my Two of Wands and my Three of Swords here. I feel like it's supposed to go like this. Yeah, I feel like you guys will meet when you're at a crossroads, where you might be heartbroken as well, or just healing from heartbreak. I feel like one partner or the other actually won't really be looking for love anymore, where they're just kind of like, I need to find out what direction I'm taking my life in next. This might also, you guys might also meet at a time when maybe one partner is considering literally moving, like not just moving on from a situation, but like literally moving locations. They might be considering like going on a trip or traveling. So there is this almost like crossroads energy where it's like it could go one direction or the other, and they choose to go your direction, and that changes everything for them. Alrighty, we have my Atlas beetle here. Okay, so this is all about rebirth, transformation. I'm also hearing like sticking your head in the sand. Yeah, there is this real sense of, this might be a past life. Yeah, this might be someone that you've known from a past life. So when you meet this person, they might feel very familiar to you. And I think that's kind of the energy that I was picking up on with the hello in picture by Feeble Little Horse, where it's like you meet this person, you're like, oh, it's you again. Oh, it's you. Oh, I missed you. Oh, I've been missing you in this life. There is a real sense of like, this is not the first time that you guys have been together. And I think that this is the first time where you guys will like stay together long term. And not to say that you guys have like, ended things in the past. I just don't think that it got as spiritually and emotionally deep as it does in this life. I feel like this life is the life where you guys really start to, there's this real big sense of like spiritually aligning with each other and just using that for insane upward growth and movement. We also have my little teacup here. You guys might meet over tea or coffee. Your first date might be over tea or coffee. Or I'm also hearing that like, they might make you like tea or coffee in the morning. Like you just love their coffee because they make it with love. That kind of energy. Maybe that's something that you guys do every single morning, is like you sit and you just have coffee in the morning, and or like sit at the end of the day and have tea and like talk about your day while you read. Oh, that's so sweet. I am seeing a snake here. I don't like that. So friends, family members. I'm picking up family members. It might be family members. Might have something to say about this relationship. I see you guys ignoring that, even discarding or dismissing this toxic person who's really just jealous of your love. Like, and that's what it comes down to. Is like there's a lot of jealousy about your relationship with this person. I am seeing that perhaps your first child might be a baby boy. You might have a boy. I'm seeing a son might be important here. Maybe your partner, if this is like a heterosexual relationship, maybe your partner is like the firstborn son. If this is like a same-sex relationship, and you're both masculines. Maybe one of you is like the baby of the family, and the other is like a firstborn son. I'm trying to, I know I seem weird for like stretching his legs out, but there's like this, it's like, do you see it? There's like this plastic here that I'm trying to break off, because I don't want like dust or grime to like get caught in there. That would be really gross. But yeah, maybe there is a baby boy. Interesting. Maybe a baby boy is going to be important to this relationship. Maybe your last child, because I did say 1 to 4 children. I was seeing 1 to 4 children, so maybe a baby boy will be your last child. I do have my dragonfly here, which is the master of illusion and light. This also highlights clarity, and it talks very heavily about the state of your mind, the state of your thinking. And I feel like that's going to be something that you guys really help each other with, is like, oh babe, what's on your mind? Oh my god, like you want to, and that's something that I really love, is it's like, I feel like for the first time in your partner's life, they are going to really feel heard and understood, because you have so much compassion for them, and I feel like there's just such a deep interest in the way that their mind works and why they think what they think. It's going to be so beautiful. I do have my ring, my commitment ring here. So I do see you guys committing to each other very, very quickly. It's almost like a whirlwind romance in the very beginning. That might be where this jealousy comes in. Whether people are like, well, you know, they got engaged after 3 months. It's never going to work out long term. And then you guys are together for like 50 years. Like literally like 50 years. That's crazy. But yeah, I do feel as if this is going to be a very quick commitment. You guys are going to be very, very happy with each other. And I feel like you'll have this very beautiful community surrounding you two. I don't think it's going to be just you two. I feel as if there is this beautiful community of like friends and family. I'm picking up more so like friends, because I'm hearing like found tribe or like a found family. I feel like you guys are going to have a lot of support, and I'm getting like you guys might have like a weekly like game nights or like wine nights, maybe even like sports nights where you guys like get together to watch Sunday football, and you all like, all the girls like, you know, go sit and drink wine, and the boys like all drink beer together or something like that. Yeah. Maybe you guys will have some wine too. Like maybe you'll sit down and you'll like dissect your emotions and your feelings and do all the deconstruction over like wine and a charcuterie board. There's a big sense of community though. Community and connection. Alrighty, for my initials, I have X. So Xavier, Xander. I think that's all that I can think of for X. I really don't know many X names. We have M. So Mary, Mariah, Marilyn, Monica, Mitchell, Michael, Matthew, Mike, Mac. I'm hearing MJ, Mallory, Melissa, Marissa, Martin, Marvin, Macy, Max, Maxwell, Melena, Melania, Mel, Maze. Okay. And then I have I. So Isaiah, Isaac, Izzy, Isabella, Indy, India, Ian. I'm hearing Isa, Iwa. This is so funny. I'm hearing Igbo. I don't know if that's a name. Igbo? Igby? Ilana? Oh, that's weird. I just saw that. Oh my goodness. This just fell from my charm jar. Like, very last second it fell out. Like, just a second ago. I have a K. Caitlin, Kyle, Casey, Cal, Calliope, Cass, Cassandra, Cassie, Candy, Cassidy, Did I say Caitlin? Katie? Kaylin? Kylie? Kristen? Alrighty. Well, that's what I'm seeing for you guys today. Let me know down in the comments how this resonated with you. And if you're already with this partner, please let me know if like you guys have already gone through this before, or if I was like able to help you figure out like what the next step is in this dynamic for you two. Other than that, thank you guys so much for joining me. I really loved doing this reading. This was an immaculate energy to be a part of. You guys really are a beautiful power couple, and I am so excited for you to meet this partner if you're not already with them. I really do feel like this is going to be one of the biggest highlights of your entire life, and it is going to be so beautiful and healing, and you really do deserve it. So just open yourself up to this kind of love, because honestly, like, this is so, so beautiful. It's so emotionally moving, and I was very, very grateful that you allowed me to read your energy for this reading. So thank you again, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye! Hello, pile number 2. If you chose the Sun, this beautiful card from my Labyrinth deck, then you are at your reading. Thank you so much for joining me today. Alrighty, so I've got 2 piles here. I have person A and I have person B. Now I am channeling this as if you are person A, but if you do find that you resonate more with person B, that is completely fine. You can go ahead and flip-flop the energy. It's totally okay. Put yourself where it fits and where it resonates. Alrighty, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get started with with person A. So person A, we have the frog. Now this is a water sign energy. So that's going to be Scorpio, Pisces, or Cancer coming out. Very beautiful. Now the frog is actually one of my favorite energies in the entire deck. As you can see, I love frogs. Frogs are my favorite animals. Outside of like I have 3 favorite animals. It goes polar bears, and then herons, and then frogs right under that. But frogs are my favorite, like, small creature, my favorite, like, pet type animal. But with the frog here, this is a beautiful energy. It gives me the sense that person A, not only would we really get along, and I would adore you, but more importantly, I think that you're a very introverted person. I think you tend to stick to yourself. I think that you need a lot of time by yourself or alone. You might actually like really dislike the concept of like relationships because you really do prefer to be alone. You might feel overwhelmed by other people. However, I do see that you're very well liked. Frogs tend to live in like communities. I think they're called armies or knots or colonies, depending on the frog species. So I do see that, while you are quite introverted, I see that a lot of people really like you. A lot of people gravitate towards you because of your energy. So that might be why you're so introverted, because you need a lot of time to kind of recharge and rejuvenate yourself after periods of spending a lot of time with other people. There is kind of this sense where you have this calm, easygoing, relaxing, not careless and not carefree, but it's almost like I'm hearing, I don't get paid enough to care. Like, it is this sense of like you manage your stress levels very well, you manage your priorities very well, and I feel like you do this in order to keep balance within the community or within the like dynamics that you hold. So you're very good at like transmuting energy and stressors and helping other people do this as well. People might come to you with their worries, with their concerns, because they know that you have this kind of magical ability to like almost transmit and transmute. It's giving the sense of alchemy, where you're able to kind of transmute energy from one position to another. Wow, there's some very beautiful alchemist energy here. And I actually love that with the frog. It's both a water sign energy, because as a tadpole, they spend their entire first few months alive completely submerged in water. And then as they grow and as they evolve, and I feel like this is you, as you've grown and evolved spiritually, you've kind of been able to like grow legs of your own and hop out of the water into this more like earthy energy where it's like Capricorn, Virgo, Taurus, where it's a lot more grounded. And not even just grounded, I'm getting that there's this sense of like sensuality within you that is very mystifying, alluring, attracting. Like it's very magnetic. You seem to have this sense of like things just roll off your back, you know? You're so easy to be around. You're so relaxing to be around. Your energy is so calming to like sit in that I'm like almost whispering because it feels wrong to be loud. You have this energy that's very strong, but it's very silent in the same way. It's this calm, commanding energy. Like I'm seeing like a king just tap his cane twice and the whole court quiets. It's this judgment energy as well. Libra could be involved here as well. There is this silent judge energy where it's just very calm, coordinated, concise. You have a very beautiful energy. You have a lot of complexity within your energy as well. It's almost as like you come off as a very simple creature. Yeah, like you come off as a very simple creature, but the more that you look, right? And we can even detail this in the card. When I look at this immediately, all I can see is green. But then I get closer, right? And I see the second, like the false eye, and I see the orange in the eye, and I see the orange stomach and the red toes. I see all the stripes. I see the water rolling off the back, all the different bumps and humps on this body. Well, you might be kind of curvy, or you might have a very nice figure, or a very nice shape to you. Interesting. Yeah. Oh yeah, and there's like even within the greens, there's like complexities within the greens. All the shading here. It's absolutely gorgeous. I feel like you're very pretty as well. Like masculine or feminine, it doesn't matter. I feel like you're a very attractive person. You might be a person of color too. You don't have to be, but you might be. Yeah, you might have a lot of like freckles or moles or just like very distinguishable features. And I feel like it almost gives you it gives other people like this false sense of knowing you. I feel like you feel very familiar to people because you're very relaxed. So like this is the type of energy where like strangers might like come sit next to you when they feel overwhelmed and scared, just because you seem like someone who is like non-threatening, you know, and not in a way where like you're being targeted. I mean in the sense where like they come and sit next to you because you feel like a very calming energy to be around. This is giving me like you're very therapeutic as well. Like a stranger could pour out their life story to you and you say just a couple words to them and they feel like enlightened by that. This has like a sage energy to it as well, because I'm seeing Naruto and Jiraiya, like their connection, and how Jiraiya is like the toad sage. And so I'm seeing like Naruto on those pedestals, on the stone pedestal, like pillars, like sitting there meditating for hours and hours on end by himself as he's like learning to stay grounded in that position, because even the slightest movement and he'll fall like 60 feet. So I feel like you've gone through a lot in your life I feel like you've earned this calmness. And that's really what it is. That's why you're like, I don't get paid enough to care about this, because you've earned this kind of calmness. You've earned this kind of peace that you've obtained in your life. I feel like you have built brick by brick the calmness of your personality. There's a very cool energy to you. Like I would want to, like if I were to see you in a room, I would want to hang out with you. I would just kind of see you and be like, wow, like they seem so cool. They seem so serene, so interesting, so sublime. This is a very like relaxed, and it's almost daunting. Like how it's like you're a professional at being cool, calm and collected. This is like a diamond type of energy where it's like you have been forged under pressure. All right, sorry, I'm rambling. You have a very gorgeous energy. I'm impressed and I'm obsessed with your energy. And I feel like that I'm not the only person. I feel like other people kind of like they look at you and they're just like, oh my God, like I want to be them. It's not like I want to be with them, I want to be comforted by them. It's I want to be you. But I don't think that other people realize what it took for you to get to this point. So your archetype card here is the heart. And then with the frog, we also have their message to their spouse is, I imagine you naked. So a little bit of spicy energy. This is giving me, it's so funny. It's almost like not Yandir energy, but it is giving me like a dominant energy where it's kind of like, you would have never expected this person to be so like horny and possessive. Like I feel like the frog comes off as very innocent or even a little bit naive, you know? But I feel like they're very all I can think of is like I literally can't think of anything else except for like biting my lip, because it's just such like a like impressive energy to have. This person is very dominant in their energy, even though they come across as not submissive, but it's almost like lenient, like laid back. Now we do have the heart energy here, and this can be a very terrifying energy, actually. So one big thing that's not highlighted in the book that I do want to touch base on before I get into the book's description on it is that the heart is often an energy that is obsessed over. It is sought after obsessively, and it's not in like a healthy obsession way. So I feel as if the frog has encountered a lot of partners or past partners that have been very dominating, that have been very possessive and controlling. It's this sense of ownership. I feel as if a lot of people meet the frog and it's not that they want to be with them, they want to own them. Yeah, and I feel as if because of that, you know, the frog, it might have dealt with a lot of evil eye energy, where it's like people want them to be humbled or people want them to be like brought down a peg, and the frog has had to learn to be resilient against that and kind of like leap over the people who are like that, leap through like the loops that they set up for them, the traps that they set up for them. And I feel like this is part of why people are like this, is because of this gorgeous, gorgeous heart energy. The frog is very, very pure in their intentions. They're very gentle. Like when I'm holding this card, I just get this sense of like wanting to hold someone softly, gently in my hands. It really does give like this cradled type of energy where the frog is like, it's almost akin to prayer. I'm being so honest with you. Like this energy is so pure. It's so genuine. It's so loving. It's so nurturing. It's like a nest, and that's actually what I'm seeing here. It's this nest filled with flowers. Yeah, this boat, this like cradle crib energy, that you're just being held gently into calmer waters. And I feel like that's really the underlying power of the frog, is that they are able to like tame a tsunami if they want to, because they are so overwhelmingly calm and relaxed. Gosh. And I feel like this is, like, I feel like their heart has been sought after very heavy. I feel like the frog has had a lot of suitors. Like, they're kind of a baddie. Like, they have a lot of options and a lot of choices, which might, honestly, that might overwhelm them and it might push them into introversion. I feel like the frog has a small community or even, like, a small army, because I'm getting the sense that a lot of people might come towards them to, like, attack them because, like, they want to be them. The frog almost attracts a lot of like jealous energies, like unevolved energies, because of their purity. Like other people kind of target them because they're like, there's no way that the frog is this pure and this kind and this loving and this nurturing. Like that's got to be a front. So people try to like set the frog up, but I feel like the frog passes every single test. I'm hearing like leaping like with flying colors, like they pass with flying colors. And that's the kind of sense here of like, I feel like there are, like the frog has a small community or a small team of people who kind of jump to their defense for them. Oh, that's funny because frogs do live in armies. Like that's what their like colony type is called. Some of them live in armies. So I feel like the frog does have a really good support system. I feel like they have a really healthy community. I feel like they have a really healthy structure, and I don't think it was like just given to them or handed to them. I think that this is something that they have had to search for and that they have had to build, and that their heart chakra is insanely powerful. I don't think that that the frog even realizes how powerful their love is. And if you are the frog person, I think a good way to kind of recognize how powerful your love is to like look back at the ways that you have loved other people in comparison to the way other people have loved you, and look at like the difference of intensity and power and how life-changing your love has been for other people, because I feel like that's really what it comes down to. Is like your love is life-altering for people. And I feel like once people lose your love or your trust, they will spend the rest of their life searching for something as pure, as kind, as nurturing as you. This is such a gorgeous energy to sit in. It's like, I feel like it's almost akin to like the womb, where there's like this, it's like a portal of creation almost, where like your love kind of redefines life for people. I think it creates life in people. It creates a spark in other people. And I'm seeing that here with this kind of like, it's almost like a nebula, like a galaxy, like a portal energy. And that might be why you're introverted. You might feel this real need to like kind of go deep within yourself, to kind of hide inside of yourself or even inside of your mind. You might have like a whole galaxy, like a whole reality in your own mind that you're able to retreat into when you feel like the real world is just overwhelming, or when it's pushing down on you really hard. Because again, like you are really, really wanted for good things and for bad things. And I feel like you've had to develop this level of discernment and this intense level of emotional regulation in order to protect yourself. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, with the labyrinth, yeah, it's almost like, and I think that's what it is. I think like your mind is very, very complex. I think you're very wise. Like you're very authentic. And I think due to the purity of your heart, you've been able to kind of see straight through people. And I say this all the time. I used to do bar tarot, right? Like I used to go to bars and I used to do mini tarot reads. People would go like, "Oh my God, you're like reading my mind." And I'd always go, "No, I'm not reading your mind. I'm reading your heart." The question that I asked before I did your tarot reading was, what's weighing on this person's heart? Because that's what I was doing, is I was reading their heart energy, their heart chakra. And that's kind of the sense that I'm picking up with this sun card and how it connects to the Labyrinth tarot. If you haven't seen the movie The Labyrinth, I fully recommend that you go check it out. But there is this sense of like, your heart and your mind are very, very complex. It's almost like a maze, and you've done this in order to protect yourself from intruders or from people who might want to like cause a hailstorm in your life. Okay, let's go ahead and get into the person B, your spouse, or this might have been your spouse or you. So if the frog didn't sound like you might be the bee. This is an air sign energy, so that could be Libra, Gemini, or Aquarius coming out. Now the bee is very, very hardworking. They're honest, they're dedicated, and they can be very resourceful and positive as well. Now with the bee being here, this is someone who is very focused on work and career. Something that I wanted to kind of note here is that a lot of people think that bees all live in like these matriarchal colonies. But that's actually not true. That's only honeybees and bumblebees. Most wild bee species actually live solitary. And that's kind of the energy that I'm picking up with this bee, is like while they might partake with a small community or a small colony, I do get the sense that this person, your spouse, is very I'm hearing like on their own. They're very hyper independent or very independent. They don't seem to have like a set community. I feel as if they have like some friends, but they wouldn't mind if like their friend group changed over time, and they wouldn't mind like if they didn't see their family for a long period of time. Whereas I feel like the frog is very like, they're very well strung and well understood. They have this beautiful support web surrounding them, this beautiful ecosystem that they really don't need to leave, because they exist very well within their habitat. We're all, yeah, like the frog, their needs are very well met where they exist. But I feel like the bee is extremely different. This bee is giving like traveler energy. So this might be someone who is like constantly on the go, constantly traveling. Their location is always changing. And I feel like as a result of that, their life is constantly in this fast-paced change. And so the people that they're around are also always changing. And I feel like the bee is this person, your spouse, they are in search of like a deeper truth of life. They're in search of knowledge. I'm hearing like epistemology. Like they're in search of knowledge and a deeper understanding. That's the kind of nectar that they're looking for. That's the kind of pollen that they're looking for. And, you know, solitary bees, the wild bees, they also spread pollen pretty heavily. Like they will jump into a flower and they'll pollinate it, but there's pollen that sticks all over their feet, and we can actually kind of see that, where it sticks to all the fuzz all over them, and they're able to go from flower to flower, kind of dropping this pollen everywhere they go. And I feel like the pollen is almost like the knowledge, you know, where they stop at a flower and they kind of like suck the knowledge out of it, and all these little tidbits of information kind of stick to them. And as they travel along their path, as they meet new people, they kind of drop these tidbits off everywhere. And so this is giving me sage energy in a very different way. This is giving me like nomadic sage energy, where it's like this person, whereas the frog learns from going inside, internal, and dissecting and kind of creating a life of their own. I feel like the bee is very, very different, where they learn heavily from their experiences. They learn so heavily from meeting new people, from, you know, changing, from change. I keep saying change. So I feel like the bee person is one that might even struggle with maintaining a colony or feeling accepted into a colony. This partner kind of gives me almost black sheep energy, where they might be interested in like darker topics like the occult, or even like this kind of gives me documentary energy, where like this person might really love like documentaries. They really love learning, and I think that's where these two really connect, is partly in education and in learning. I feel like these two very much understand the need for wisdom, for intelligence, for a deeper meaning, for a deeper truth. Now, what the bee would say to the frog is that they are ready. They are ready. I don't think that these two have met yet. I mean, I don't think that they've met romantically. They might have met like in passing, but I don't think anything has gotten off the ground. I don't think that you guys are together yet. I think the bee's getting prepared to settle down. Or I think the bee's getting prepared to head towards the frog. Because the frog is very stationary. They're very happy where they're at, but I feel like the bee has to travel to the frog. And I feel like the bee had to go through some periods of time where they had to learn. I feel like they had to get, like seeing like someone like literally squeeze the water out of a rag. So I'm getting the sense of like they had to squeeze out all of their, it's not, what is it? They had to squeeze out all of their curiosity. It might have been curiosity. Like they just had all their exploration. But I feel like because of this, the bee is someone who is very enduring. I feel like they have gone through a lot, but not in the sense of the frog, where it's like they've gone through a lot of trials and tribulations, potentially even suffering. I feel like the bee has gone through a lot of different experiences. And as a result, they've learned how to persevere and how to endure in a lot of different situations. I'm hearing survive. The bee has learned how to survive in every single environment it goes into. Yeah, and I'm loving this like blue-green circle, this blue-green aura here. Because it's almost like the bee has learned to survive without stinging. Yeah, because if they lose their stinger, they would die. So I'm getting this sense that like the bee has had to learn how to, whereas the frog naturally has this very cool, serene, like this earned, calm collectedness. I feel like the bee has had to learn how to like simmer down. They've had to learn how to like calm themselves down. And so I feel like it's actually led to this like, I'm seeing, this is so funny. This is actually, there's this, I think it's from Smosh. I think it was something from Smosh. There's this girl on Smosh, and she like freaks out at first. She's like, wait, what are you? And then she's like, wait, hold on. Like, I'm an adult. I need to calm down. I don't need to scream. Like, I can handle this. And she, like, calms down immediately. And that's kind of the energy of the bee, where it's like they get very riled up very quickly and they're like, oh my God, like, fuck you. And then all of a sudden they're like, wait, hold on. I'm an adult. I've been through things like this. I've been to 40 different countries. Why am I freaking out now? Like, I'm an adult. I got this. Yeah. I feel like the bee is very enduring. And not only that, I feel like they're very self-reassuring. I feel like the bee has been going through, I think what they've been learning is this self-regulation. And they've had to learn it through countless experiences of going like, well, last time that this happened, I reacted like this, and that ended in this. Like, well, last time that, you know, I screamed at someone at a bar and I broke a beer bottle, I got arrested for destroying public property. So maybe this time, instead of screaming, I can just leave the bar. You know, it's that kind of energy where it's like they are learning quite literally from their mistakes. They're learning not to sting. And I feel like, you know, let's get into it. We also have the riddle here. Oh, and I want to read from the book for the riddle because this is a very testy energy. It does remind me a lot of The Alchemist, where the alchemist, what is it? What is that quote? It's at some point the alchemist realizes or learns that the truth is a mystery and the mystery gives way to the truth. So I feel so much like the bee has a very conflicting perspective on life. But I feel like they're in search of knowledge. So the riddle is the puzzle, the question, and the mystery. When the riddle is present, one must stop searching for the right answer. It cannot be found, and ultimately, it is not important. Rather, there must be a shift from the literal to the metaphorical, from logic to mythic. Focusing harder won't do it, neither will increased effort. Time, surrender, and humor are your only allies. What feels like the most pressing dilemma won't reveal its deeper wisdom for a long time. Eventually, you'll learn a profound lesson. For now, get comfortable with the limitations of your intellect and the reality of not knowing. It may, in fact, be the only reality that there is. And so I think that's the truth of what's going on here. I think that the bee, whereas like the frog has grown up around a lot of conflicting energies externally that targeted their internal world or targeted to like break them down. I think I even said that, where it's like they wanted to knock them down a peg. I feel like the bee is kind of on the exact opposite. And I think that's another area where we kind of connect here, where the bee is someone where other people have tried to own them, or I'm hearing like collect them. Yeah, collect them. Like they want them as part of like a collection. And I feel as if the bee is not very fond of that energy. And so I think the bee has spent a lot of their life living with people who, in the nicest way possible, are dumber than them. And I think that they've had to recognize that there are limits to the intellect and the perspective and the perception of the people around them. And so the only thing that they can do is broaden their own horizons. I feel as if the bee has gone through a period of time where they've tried to teach others, and that teaching was not well received, or even they might have been like criticized or even like punished for sharing their perspective and perception. So it's kind of led to this like quietness, this like almost fearfulness of sharing. You know, it's to the point, it's actually giving me kind of similar to like Jesus energy. I know that sounds funny, but it's almost like where they recognize that they can't just straight up give people the truth anymore because other people won't understand it. It's not just Jesus, it's like this therapeutic energy. Wow, both of these two, this is a very like therapeutic couple. I think you guys are gonna, we'll get into it in a second. I'm sorry, I keep getting off topic. Maybe the bee's a little scattered in their thinking too, where they're constantly like jumping from flower to flower, connecting the dots. They might have really strong pattern recognition here. But with this bee energy, they might have learned that like they can't just give people the answer outright, because that's not how people learn. This is something when I worked at a therapy office that I learned pretty heavily, where it's like therapy is about the journey of self-discovery, because if you don't discover it yourself, if you're just handed the answer, you will not learn. You will not change. Nothing will change. In fact, you won't even believe it. And I've even done this to people before, where they've come to me and they're like, oh, my life is so bad, this and this, and I've gone, okay, you need to do step 1, 2, 3, and 4. And they go, no, that's not going to work. And that's kind of the energy of the bee, is I feel like they've been encountered with this, that's not going to work energy a lot. And they've had to learn, number one, I think they've had to learn how to pull that from their own personality, right? Because I feel like they grew up around a lot of people who were very unchanging, who were very like stuck in the same like karmic cycles or negative cycles. And yeah, especially with this circle being here. There's so many circles here. Like, look at all these like entanglements, all these entangled loops. And that's kind of the energy of this. It's like, I feel like the bee has, like, even though they've had all these insane experiences in different places, I feel like they all dwindle down to the exact same experiences over and over and over again. And they need to learn that it's actually not the location, it's the behavior. It's the behavior that needs to change. Like, because it doesn't matter, you can go to 10 different bars, but if every single bar that you go to, you get too drunk and you start a fight, you're going to get arrested at every single one of them, or you're going to get kicked out at every single one of them. It doesn't matter what bar you go to. You're going to get kicked out. You're going to get arrested if you act badly. If you don't pay your tab, you're going to get kicked out. Like, that's just kind of end all be all. And I think that that's a huge part of what the bee has been learning through their experiences, is that, like, it's not the location, it's the behavior. It's the behavior that needs to change. And I think that they've tried sharing this kind of wisdom, this kind of information with other people before, and it hasn't been taken very well. It hasn't been received properly. And so they're learning that they need to almost, I'm hearing like deal it out, like a card game, like deal it out as if it's like a metaphor. The way that Jesus speaks, where he only, like when he gives, like godly wisdom, he gives it in like the form of a metaphor, because if you can't break it down from that metaphor, then like you were never serious about breaking it down in the first place. You were never serious about learning it in the first place. Wow, both of these are highly intelligent people. I would not be surprised if both of these people had a very high IQ level, if they were, it's like, and it's not even just like academic wisdom, although it is. It's almost like there's this extremely deep emotional wisdom, this emotional intelligence underlying both of them that kind of like has permeated their entire life. And I feel like other people, because both of these, I feel like they are surrounded with people who almost want to be them, but don't recognize like the things that it took to get to where they are. They have beautiful, beautiful energies, but it's like I'm sensing this like real envy that has kind of permeated their entire life. And I think that that envy is born out of this deep emotional intelligence. These two are like, this is like deep soul wisdom. It's beautiful. I just don't know what to do with it. I'm scared a little bit. I'm a little intimidated. I feel like I shouldn't be reading these energies. And I actually kind of love how both of them are very tangled. I feel like the bee is almost too entangled in these outside experiences where there's too many hands in the cookie jar, there's too many people in their experiences that are kind of like pushing them back and forth, right? And I feel like this is very external. Wow, I love that. But I feel like the frog is on the exact opposite end, where it's like they've kind of created a nest and they're too entangled internally to kind of pull themselves out. And I think that's why the bee has to come towards the frog, because I don't think that the frog can untangle themselves internally. I think the frog's like almost hidden away from the world, because the frog is a very like pure beauty. It's almost giving me the energy of the gem, where it's a very, very pure beauty, but it has to be hidden like deep in the dirt, deep inside the chest. It's like hidden behind like ribs. This person, the frog, is like hidden, and the bee is just out here bumbling around, wandering around, looking for their soulmate, not realizing that their soulmate is like right underneath their feet. Okay. Oh, we have the connecting energy of the career. Yeah. I feel like these two, this is like millionaire energy. Like power couple financially, you know? Like if these two are to connect, I feel like this is teacher. This is teacher and professor energy. Give me one moment. Thank you for your patience. I just got a little, my throat was getting really dry. Yeah. So back to this career energy. So this is the connecting energy between the two. I feel like both of these are teachers. I feel like they are students of life, but they are teachers for other humans. I feel like they are teachers for souls, not even just humans. I feel like these are quite genuinely like spiritual gurus. And it's a gorgeous, gorgeous energy. I almost get a sense they might butt heads. Like they're coming pretty headstrong at each other. With this bee here, this is so funny. A lot of solitary bees actually live in tunnels. They don't live in like hives, like the honeybees or the bumblebees. They actually live in tunnels. Like they dig tunnels and they stay in them like overnight or during storms or during like tumultuous weather events. And then, oh wow, and I feel as if when the bee person does kind of dig into this tunnel, that's when they start to find their heart. That might be where they're starting to connect with the frog, is when they're able to kind of settle down. Oh wow. I just got like really bad heartburn. Like really bad heartburn. Yeah, I think the bee might even be scared of looking internally. That might be why they have to learn things externally. They might be scared of their internal self. They might be scared of what they might find. I'm hearing the earthquake inside. Or like maybe when they look inside, they feel like it's too tumultuous, like the ground is falling out under their feet. There's a real sadness that kind of permeates the bee too. It's not like pity. It's not depression either. It's almost like a solemn, sacred sadness. I know that sounds so weird. It's like it's almost like the sadness that you would feel in a church, like looking at the cross of like looking at Jesus Christ on the cross. It's a very profound type of sadness. It's beautiful though. Like it's like I don't want to cry. I just kind of want to like I'm like literally holding my hands to my chest, like holding my heart. And I think that's kind of the fear with the bee, is I feel like they're very scared to hold their heart. And so they look for their heart in these external experiences when really they need to learn from the frog. And I think that's part of where they're going to be able to connect in the future, is I think that the frog is going to really help the bee connect to these internal experiences and help them feel comfortable, because we see two people in this boat. One is rowing, and I feel like the bee is going to be this person on the end where they're learning to just kind of like sit in the silence with the frog rather than taking the row and like pushing forward and traveling forward, where they're just able to sit in the still waters of the heart. And I feel like the frog is going to be taught by the bee on one, how to pull all these hands, all these eyes away from them, and how to live in the real world, how to exist outside of their habitat, how to travel. Because frogs are found all over the world, but most frogs don't ever leave their specific rainforest. It's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, most frogs don't ever leave the pond, is what I just heard. Ooh, pond. Someone's middle name might be Lynn, because Lynn means pond. So yeah, but some people, maybe the frog lives at home, or like lives with family, or lives with a small community. Lives near a small community. Sorry, I know I'm getting really off topic here. We were trying to talk about the career. Both of these people are wise. They are professors in a spiritual realm, like on a spiritual level, and I feel like their connection is going to help uplift the world. They're going to help define layers of spiritual awareness that I don't think have been unveiled yet. I feel like right now we're going through a period of time where like the veil is very heavy and it's very thick, so there isn't a lot of spiritual awareness, and we are separated from like the 4D and the 5D, and I feel as if these two, they both have such a beautiful light that kind of just permeates that veil, where they're able to just kind of see through it. And I feel like that's the message that they need to learn, is how to be able to, because they're connecting these two experiences. They're connecting the internal and the external. So it's almost like they're connecting the 3D and the 5D. These people might dream about each other. Oh, it's beautiful. But I feel like they're going to be able, I know this is silly, but I feel like this is their mission. Like, forget career, right? And I feel like this is their mission. This is the entire point of their lives, their sole purpose. Actually, this looks a lot like my life purpose tree, because I have another card that says life purpose. It looks just like this. And see the ladder building up to it? I feel like their connection is really going to help them to reach this point of like spiritual connectedness, connection to source, connection to the universe. These two are going to unveil like spiritual universal secrets. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous energy. It's just very intimidating for me to be reading. So I'm actually going to go ahead and get into some tarot, and then from there we'll move on into charms and advice. Alrighty. Yeah, so I do want to go ahead and get into the Labyrinth Tarot. Now I know I still have a Sun card up here, but we already know this is about marriage, so I'm going to be leaving that out as the Sun card is all about commitment and marriage. So, what more about the life between my pile 2 and their spouse? What more? How can we dive deeper into their life together? We have my 5 of Swords coming out, my 5 of Feathers, 5 of Swords energy, okay? The Emperor, okay. We have the 6 of Cups, all right. Oh, we have my 3 of Swords upright, okay, yeah. Yeah, we have my Strength card in reverse, and then we have the 7 of Pentacles in reverse. Ooh, and I had my King of Poles fall out. We have the Demon, which is the Devil, on the back of the deck here. Rare. Spicy. And then we also have my 3 of Cups in the middle of the deck. Wow, okay, this is really strong. This is going to be a really, really, a really intense message, all right? Wow, so both of these people, this is what it is. This is just how it comes to. Both of these people feel incredibly alone. And I feel like at the start of this relationship, at the start of your life together, this energy kind of carries on. I feel like both of you are very independent, but almost to a fault where it's kind of like bordering on hyper independent. So you don't really know how to coexist with each other at first. And I feel as if both of you might have even like avoidant attachment styles because of your independence. And I feel like this is due in part to how people have treated you in the past, how people have kind of battered you and envied you or tried to own you. And I feel like because of that, there's this kind of butting of the heads where there's this conflict of like I'm hearing my way or the highway, but it's almost like whose way is better, the external or the internal. And that's kind of what I'm seeing here is like there is going to be like a lot of conflict in the beginning that almost leads to not separation physically, like you guys breaking up, but I think separation emotionally, where you guys kind of butt heads and then you kind of isolate yourselves, and one goes external to like, you know, try to understand the experience that they had, and then the other goes internal to try to understand the experience that they had, and then they have to come back together to find a resolve. And I think it's in part because the way that each of these people process is so extremely different. I'm literally seeing like two people, like a couple arguing and fighting inside of a house. And then one like throws their hands up and the other like puts their hands on their face and starts crying. And as they start to cry, the other partner like storms out of the house and leaves and like drives off to go to like a bar. Wow, bars are being brought up a lot. And with this Demon card here, alcoholism might be a concern in this relationship. Maybe even friends who encourage or enable alcoholism or enable like some form of like substance abuse. That's a side note. But I do feel as if when conflict, because I feel like conflict in the beginning of this relationship will arise quite often from this avoidant need to like own oneself, to remain independent. And I feel like that's the fear here. I feel like both of these people are scared of becoming codependent, and not even that. I feel like they're actually kind of scared to like merge. I feel like these two are very scared to merge together because they feel like in merging they are losing their individuality. But it's so much farther. That is like the farthest thing from the truth. And I feel like that's going to be the first thing that you and your partner have to kind of overcome, is this sense of, well, if I let them have their way, then I'm losing. And it's this win-lose mentality that kind of is the first thing that needs to get like chopped off the block. Right? And I think once you guys do learn that, once you learn that it's not about winning or losing, right? It's about cooperation, it's about teamwork, it's about finding a route, because you guys can never reach the same destination if you can't agree on a route to travel on together. You guys will never reach your destination if you stop to argue with every single barking dog on the way. There's a lot about religion here, because that is a quote from a pastor, or I think from a reverend, where he says, you'll never reach your destination if you stop to argue with every barking dog. And that's kind of the energy here. It's like you guys might nitpick each other because you're not used to like being in like coexisting with someone so closely. So there's a lot of love, but I'm also sensing that there's a lot of like agitation. It's kind of like, again, I'm going back to Naruto and Jiraiya, their relationship, even though it's a lot more like father-son. There are so many moments where they like bicker like brothers, okay? They bicker like they are family members. And that's kind of the energy that I'm picking up on here. Is there's, in the beginning, there's going to be a lot of bickering. A lot of bickering because neither of you can decide which one's going to be the leader, because you are both so well equipped to be leaders in your own ways. But the ways that you're well equipped to be a leader will not work for the person you're trying to lead. This is like, I'm trying to think of a good example here. This is like I'm seeing someone like, you can lead a horse to water but you can't make him drink. That kind of metaphor. So much about parables and metaphors in this. Maybe you are both very religious, or maybe there's religious differences here, or religious factors. Interesting. I feel like God and Source are very heavily connected with these two. There's such a deep spiritual understanding here. But I feel like both of you have to recognize that the other's perspective is just as valuable as yours, just in a different way, just in a different aspect. It's so funny because I'm holding my fingers like this, like to my chin, where it's kind of like the thinker, you know? Like that, the thinker pose is kind of what I'm doing. Because I feel like both of you, when you do separate, when you do spend time away from each other, you go into like deep contemplation about what happened between you two, and that kind of leads to this deeper understanding of how to connect. So yes, I do feel as if in the beginning there's going to be a lot of back and forth on who needs to be the leader here. And I think what you both need to realize is that neither of you are fit to lead the other one at all. You are both unfit leaders for each other, because you're not supposed to be leading each other. Okay? You're supposed to be hand in hand, walking towards the same destination together. But instead, you're like, I'm seeing like fighting, like slap fighting about it, rather than picking a destination and going. So now we have the Emperor coming here. Now in this deck, the father is actually quite authoritarian, quite a dictator. He actually dismisses the daughter's needs all the time for the like evil stepmom, but the stepmom's not evil. The stepmom is just a woman trying to enjoy her life. And so the father is constantly in this conflict between his wife and his like the stepmom and the daughter. And he's constantly having to choose between the two, and so he ends up being quite miserable because of that. I'm hearing like, not my circus, not my monkeys. And on top of that, I'm also hearing when a clown becomes king, the kingdom becomes a circus. So there is this sense, and I'm getting the sense that like both of you think the other's perspective is so wrong that it's like dysfunctional, right? Where it's like you have a hard time processing and digesting how the other person could have come to the conclusions that they've come to. This is giving me the sense, like, let's take a very controversial thing, like parenting choice. Like, some people think that spanking your child is fine, that corporal punishment is totally okay, and that if you spare the rod, you spoil the child. That's a very big religious belief. Like, a lot of religious people truly believe that you should be punishing your children physically. You should be physically disciplining them. And then on the other hand, on the exact opposite side of the spectrum, we have gentle parenting, right? Where you believe that you should never hit your child. You should help them to emotionally regulate. And I'm going to be honest with you, I've experienced both. I've seen the need, the necessity for both. I've seen the pros to both. I've seen the cons to both. And they are both right. And they are both wrong. They are both functional. And they are both dysfunctional. And if I'm being totally honest, you would need a combination of both to actually raise a child properly. And that's my personal opinion. You do not have to agree with it. It is totally okay if you disagree with that. I'm just using this as an example. But this is kind of the the energy that I think that you guys need to overcome is the concept that you are infallible in your perspective, and that any perspective that goes against yours or opposes yours is wrong. And I feel like this is going to be heavily brought up when it comes to children. Yeah. I actually feel like childhood trauma is part of why you guys have the beliefs that you have. And I feel like there is actually, I feel like both of you have had extremely traumatic childhoods. Extremely traumatic childhoods. And so there is this almost like this obsessive compulsive need to control things around you, to control the environment, to control your partner, to control how you do things, to control what happens next. I feel like that's kind of going to be the breaking point for you two, is when you both hit the moment where during this deep contemplation you recognize that all of the fights that you guys are having, all of the conflict that you guys have between the two of you, is this desperate need for security. It's this desperate need to feel safe with each other. And this is really stemming from this absolute, I'm about to cry. It's like this absolute, I feel like a scared child, like hiding in a closet while my parents are screaming at each other. It is this absolute terror at becoming your parents and hurting a child in the same way that you hurt your parents. So there might even be a fight here regarding whether or not you guys want to have children together, because there is this absolute fear of having children and then becoming your parents. You would hate to do to your children what your parents did to you, but I think that I do see you guys, oh my god, I think you guys need to talk about it. There's this like real deep need for closure here, but not, okay, so in pile 1 we did talk pretty heavily about closure and about like deconstructing, you know, societal beliefs and concepts and the social contract. But I think that this is a lot different. I think that this kind of deconstruction from the childhood perspective is very, very different. I feel like it's almost like you are both looking for a way to structure your lives so that you never have to experience that kind of instability ever again. And I feel like you're going to reach a breaking point where you both realize that like the emotional instability, the constant fighting between you two, because I am seeing like a period where there's like misery, where there's like constant fighting, because both of you are right and both of you are wrong. And that's gonna be a point of conflict and disagreement, and that's gonna be natural. It's normal to feel this way. And actually, this is gonna be a very beautiful growing point for you both, because I'm seeing like, it's back to that example earlier of like the couple who are fighting in the house and one storms off and one is like crying in her hands on the couch. I'm seeing a moment where like she's laying in bed and he comes home and he's not drunk. He just kind of like loosens his tie. I don't know why I'm seeing this in like a 1950s way. Oh, okay. He like loosens his tie and he like walks towards her like slowly and he's like, hey, what happened? I don't want to be like this. I don't want to. Why are we doing this? Yeah, because pile 1 was very much like, why am I acting like this? But this pile is a lot more like, why are we acting like this? Why is our energy like this constantly? Why are we constantly butting heads like this? Like, what's going on? And then there's this beautiful moment. I'm seeing like a flower just blossom, just absolutely open up and blossom, where it's like this gorgeous moment where everything unfurls in a very like, I'm seeing someone like kind of laugh while they're crying, where they're like, oh my god, it's because of this, like because my mom always did this, or like because my dad always did this, or because, you know, like I had to get away because of this, or, you know, I couldn't get away because of this, or I'm scared of this happening. It's a lot more about like fear. I feel like there is such a need for stability and safety, and security. There's such a need for like safety and security between the two of you. And I think that that's going to be the connecting point in this relationship, like the turning point, because in this relationship I'm seeing like a mountain peak, right? So I'm seeing like this moment where like you guys, I'm so sorry, I'm seeing this moment where like you guys are fighting and they storm out, right? And then they come back home, and from that moment where you're like, I just don't want to and then that descent. It's the descent into like calmness and that serene energy. I actually kind of feel like during these fighting moments, you guys act a little bit out of character, and those are the specific highlights where you're like, man, what about their behavior triggered me to act like this? And there's this beautiful, like, almost recollection of it's that pattern recognition. It's like a recognition of how the cycles in your childhood are being played out in your adulthood. And then I see you guys, this strength card, it's that the strength in reverse. It's like breaking the ego. It's not even like you're deconstructing the ego. I'm seeing like actually like crumbling the ego, like gripping it and crumbling it, destroying the ego, and opening up, unfurling and talking. There's this beautiful energy of just like, I'm seeing that therapeutic energy where it's like someone that you trust and that you care about, that you trust their advice. They just kind of open the door for you to unleash everything that's been weighing so heavily on your heart or that frightens you. Oh, give me one moment. Sorry about that interruption, but yes, I'm seeing this crumbling of the ego, and that's really going to give way, I think, to the truth. I think it's going to break open into a lot of honesty here, because I think what happens right before this moment, like at the peak of this mountain that you guys are kind of scaling together, at the peak of this, I feel like there is a moment where like actual separation or divorce becomes an option. Like it genuinely, in both of your minds, it's like, maybe this is the only outcome. Maybe this is what I have to do. And this is going to stem from this. It's so funny, because I feel like both of these people thought they were going to be alone forever. I feel like both of these people were not expecting to be in a relationship. But now that they are in a relationship, it's almost like the fear of being alone again is making them want to fight for each other. And I think for the first time in both of these people's entire lives, they are trying to fight for someone else to stay. And I think with both of these people, one thing that they've both been very, very good at is they've been great at attracting people to them. So they've never had to fight for anybody to stay. It's always been this energy, especially the bee, where the bee is like, okay, well, I'll just leave. And the frog is like, okay, you can go. And I think that's why I'm seeing, this almost like 1950s, like, it's like a noir film, like vintage film of like this romantic relationship. And I think that at the end, like, you guys both realize, like, this can't continue. This drama, this conflict, it can't continue. I care about you. I love you. I want you to stay. I want you to stay. Oh my God, it's this energy, like, I want you to stay. And I think that's going to be the healthy breaking point for both of you that kind of crumbles the ego defense system, the ego mechanism, and helps you guys kind of unfurl and blossom together. And I think right after that, there is going to be this immense, immeasurable moment of power that just kind of gets incited between you two. This could also be like sexual. Like there might be some really, like I feel like you guys are going to have some crazy makeup sex. Like some crazy makeup sex. Oh my God. I know that's really, like, I sound really dramatic, but I feel like it's gonna be like fiery, like it's gonna shake the house down, baby. Like it's gonna last a while too. I could see you guys like going at it for a while, and I feel like it's gonna be very healing for both of you. Like I know that sounds so funny, but I feel like it's gonna be very, very healing, because it's that moment, and that's why it's so immense. That's why it's so powerful. It's the moment where these two individuals merge, where the external and the internal merge, and they become one. And that's why it's such it's such an immense and powerful moment. And from then on, you guys are stuck together, like quite literally stuck together. Like you're not leaving each other. Like I said earlier, I do feel as if this feels like it's the bee. I don't know why. But it could be the frog. I feel like there's this addiction or substance abuse that's going to kind of permeate the situation. I feel like this is going to be heavily egged on or enabled by friends or community. And I feel like in order to kind of heal this, these two have to lean on each other instead of this community. Yeah, I'm seeing like these two silly people where it's almost like they are like egging this person on to like ruin or destroy the situation. They're egging them on to jump into the fire here. And I don't like that. whoever these people are, there's like some karmics involved in this situation. I don't like them. Yeah, and I feel like if it's gonna, like, this enablement, this substance use issue, it's because of a lack of self-fulfillment. It's because they feel like they lack the option to cope properly with the situation, and they don't, it's because they need to reach this moment where where both of their egos kind of die together. Like, you guys bury your egos together. So I feel like it's gonna have to go through this kind of tumultuous, almost corrupted period. And I don't think it's going to be very long. I think this is going to be like the first year or two, maybe up to 5 years in the relationship, like between year 1 and year 5. This is all going to go down, but I feel like post year 5, it's going to be absolutely immaculate because we have the Hierophant. And that is my year 5 card. That's my fate card. With the King of Pots behind that, yeah. And oh my god, yes. Yes, 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 yes. And my fate card, literally beautiful. And this deck, fate is the Hermit, I think. Number 8, no. Number 13, fate is death in this card. Okay. In this deck, fate is death. Whew, sorry. But yeah, I do feel as if there is going to be this, like, fated moment where everything just kind of, like, you guys decide to lean on each other. And you stop leaning on, like, these external, unfulfilling things, like bad friends, or running away from the situation, or alcohol, or some type of drug, etc. And once you decide to kind of let go of that coping method and lean into each other, that's when everything's going to change. I do feel as if the beginning of this relationship, it's going to be kind of uncooperative. Again, it's the idea of, like, both of you are trying to figure out how to let another person lead. You're trying to figure out how to, like, let another person be with you. I feel like you're trying to learn how to be with someone else as well. Like, there is a really deep energy here of just, like, you so desperately want to be alone, but you don't know how to be alone after you meet this person, because this person changes your life. They change it for you completely to where now you can't be alone. I don't mean to say this in, like, a codependent nature, like, you need this person, but, like, this person is your second, this person is your second lung, okay? This person is your rib. That's so weird. That's so weird. There's so many religious factors here. It's so strange. I feel like this is fated. I feel like maybe you asked God for, like, a partner, and this is the partner that God has in store for you. Yeah. Ah, beautiful. All right, let's go ahead and get into some advice. Alrighty, I want to go ahead and get a channeled message for this pile. Oh, we had a lot come out, so I'm going to pick and choose. Oh, beautiful. I'm going to take this one. And I'm going to take this one. And I'm going to take this one. Okay. Okay, and this one. Alright, I'm only going to include one of these or two of these. Yeah. I feel like it's almost like you each got 2 of them. It's so funny that you each got 2 of them. Yeah, I feel like it's like this. Okay, so you guys are so freaking headstrong. It literally is just such a my way or the highway energy that I feel like I'm being pulled into 2. It's so funny. So on one side, we have Quiet Little Voices, We Were Promised Jetpacks, which is my surrender card. This, I think, is actually my collective, so I feel like this is my person A. I feel like this is the viewer songs. So we have, In Any Which Direction, Call Me. I will run for you, I will come for you, and I will die for you. The second song here is Trouble by Never Shout Never. This is Infatuation. I can't stop calling her. I'm running my mouth like I got her. Is she out of my league? Yeah. I feel like you're gonna meet this person and you're like, fuck, I'm so in love with them. Like, oh my gosh. There's this energy of, like, damn it, I really, really like this person. Alright, and then my second person, my person B, I feel like this is the B. This is Birds of a Feather, Billie Eilish, which is all about deep love. We have I want you to stay. And I was just saying that. I want you to stay. If you go, I'm going too. We should stick together. We should stick together. Okay, and then we have Landslide by Oh Wonder, which is all about support and hope. I'll be there for you In the rain, give you sunshine. You'll find another life to live. Yeah, I feel like this is the B person because they're learning to settle down. And that's just so different from all of their experiences of constantly moving. And it's like a new life to live for them. Whereas the frog person is like, I can't believe I like this person. Oh my god! I'm getting like a frustration from the frog. Like their heart is frustrated because they're like, oh my god, no, like I was never supposed to fall in love. Oh my gosh. Okay, I want to grab for my Love Angel deck. What is a good message for this pile? We have express your love. Go ahead and make the romantic gesture. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And yeah. What was behind that? Did I lose it? I guess I did. Okay. My bad. I had a card here that I thought was gonna... It's okay. It doesn't matter. Alrighty. And then I want to grab some messages. See if I can fully pull it. I want to get some messages from my Hidden Truth Oracle deck. Okay. We have... I know that I crossed the line with you. Yeah, I do very much feel like there's going to be this moment. Oh my gosh, am I stupid? We have, I wonder if you are happy without me. I'm going to pop that here. I completely forgot. I wanted to grab an angel number for this pile. Oh my goodness. Ah, yeah. So we have 1, 3, 1, 0, 1, so 13, 10 or 10, 13. It could be October 13th or October 31st. I don't know why I'm seeing Libra energy. We have Virgo energy being highlighted as well. You can go into your search engine and type in 1310, and that'll be your message from Spirit, by the way. I think this is Uranus. Am I wrong? I might be wrong. Ha! I'm not wrong. This is Uranus. Uranus pertains to the expansion of the known. This is innovative courses of action. This is protest and reform, and challenging institutions or constructs. I feel like you guys are challenging each other. I'm seeing like two bulls, like ram heads. This has been a really spiritual pile for me, by the way, guys. I've been having like very visceral visions this entire pile, and I'm not used to that. So thanks for loaning me your energy. I'm terrified of you. I'm terrified of both of you. Oh my goodness. Like, I don't know what you tapped into to attain this, but I've never had so many like visual images before. I feel like I'm like watching a movie. It's so strange. It's beautiful. It's like a black and white noir, like vintage film. Maybe you both really like that or you connect over those. It's so interesting though. Your energy is like, it's so complex. I feel like I could like hold it in my mouth and it would have weight in it. It's strange. It's so strange. There's a real hunger here too. Let me get some more messages. Okay, we have my life is not as together as it seems. Yeah, I feel like when you guys meet each other, it's going to be like neither of you are prepared for this connection. So many things remind me of you. Yeah, I feel like when you guys separate from each other, when you guys do like kind of, when you do your whole avoidant attachment thing, you run away from each other, both of you just can't stop thinking about each other. And we have on the back of the deck, I feel you even though we are apart. Yeah, maybe you're currently in separation with this person. I don't know. I feel like you guys are deeply in love. And I feel like both of you kind of fucking hate that you're deeply in love. There's like this almost... It's like this deep parable for irony. It's so funny. Ah, your guides are hilarious. Terrifying. Your guys' connection is like super intense. So I'm like terrified of it, but that's okay. I think you guys both really enjoy the intensity here. I think it's because it has depth. There's like a lot of depth between the two of you. But you guys keep trying to, I feel like you guys assume the other is coming from a very shallow point when you're both like in the trenches together. And so like you assume that the other is coming from this really shallow point, so you try to like portray like your idea to them in this really shallow way, which makes them think you're really shallow. And there's this like need. I think that's what it is. There is this need to not assume with your partner, to like actually ask and not just assume and think you know everything. It's so funny. There's kind of an arrogance in this pile as well. Like both of your arrogances kind of like challenge and conflict with each other. But that's good because it leads to such beautiful growth. We have a waning moon coming out. So you guys might meet this person during a waning moon. Let me get one other zodiac sign and then we'll get into charms. Ooh, we have Aquarius. We have Aquarius coming out twice. Okay, moon in Aquarius, and then Aquarius could be sun or rising here. I cut the deck. We have Scorpio being highlighted. I think we had Libra, Gemini, Aquarius with the B, and then we had Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces with the frog, as well as Capricorn, Virgo, Taurus with the frog. Although you don't have to fit into any of these zodiac signs. You can absolutely be a different zodiac sign. It doesn't matter. I was picking up pretty heavily on Libra energy too as I was going on about this, because Libra energy is very it was that judgment energy that I was picking up on. There was a lot of judgment energy, and that was very Libra based. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and get some charms. If you are noise sensitive, now's a good time to lower the volume. Okay, we didn't get too many. That's okay, that's beautiful. Ah! Okay. Oh, I didn't get any mini tarot. That's okay. Sorry. I don't mean to akikiki. Oh, we have Aquarius coming out a third time. I'm actually going to pop that right between this. Oh, it's so funny. I'm hearing this song from the Police. SOS. I think that's what it's called. Or maybe it's Message in a Bottle. It's Message in a Bottle is what I'm hearing. Yeah, it is. I think it is called Message in a Bottle. Maybe that song has some messages for you. Oh, yeah, that's so funny. I cut the deck. Libra is at the back of the deck. I was picking up pretty heavily on Libra energy, but that's because I am such a big Libra energy. I have like Libra Sun, Venus in my 11th house, and in my Chiron. So I have like crazy Libra energy. So of course I pick up on it very easily. Okay, so we have chill out coming out. You guys need to learn to chill out. And I feel like even more so, you need to learn how to A, not be arrogant, 2, not assume that you know better than the other person. And I would say C, you need to learn how to like actually take the other person's concern or voice into consideration and not just completely dismiss them as wrong. Okay, I have tea. Yeah, maybe you guys both really enjoy tea. I think you might like this person's tea. Or maybe you guys gossip a bit, or maybe there is gossip about this relationship. I feel like there are some friends involved here who have talked about it with you. I have my, this is my whale. I love her. This is my fate whale coming out. Her name is Faith, and she says to go with the flow. Go with the flow here. You guys gotta learn to chill out. All right, and then we have SYS. So S, so I'm gonna go with like Sierra, Sarah, Savannah, Steven, Stan, Stein, that might be someone's last name, Stanley, Sharona. Ooh, I'm hearing that song. Hey, Sharona. Bump, bump. Hey, Sharona. Sorry. Stephanie. Stella. Steven. Did I already do that one? Okay, that's all that I can think of. Sorry. We have Y. So Yuri. Oh wow, I can't believe I didn't zoom in. I'm sorry. Yuri, Uriah, Yennefer. I do know Yennefer. Bible. It's so funny. But I don't think you guys have only lived once. I feel like you guys have been, I feel like this is a very, this feels like you guys have known each other for a very long time. Yeah, I can't think of any other Y names. And then we also have R, so Robert, Riley, Rasputin. I'm getting a lot of song names. Maybe you guys are clairaudient. We did get a lot of songs for this reading. Rain. I'm hearing rake. And that's actually from Bridgerton. I'm hearing, because in the first season of Bridgerton, the main girl calls her soon-to-be fiance, like her, like, lover, she calls him a rake. She's like, you, Duke, are a rake. And that's kind of what I'm seeing here. It's like that conflict. Yeah, that couple is actually a great demonstration of what's going on here. I would fully recommend that you watch Bridgerton season 1, because that's like exactly what I'm seeing here. That's kind of the like noir vintage film that I've been seeing, this back and forth energy. Rachel, Rochelle, Rika, Renee, Reese. Okay, that's all I've got. I'm sorry, guys. Well, thank you so much for joining me today. Let me know down in the comments how this resonated with you, if you are already with this person, if you know who this is talking about, or which pile you were. I'm super, super interested. This was an absolutely beautiful reading to do. Both of your energies are so, so gorgeous, and I really do feel like the connection that you guys have is going to heal this world. So definitely let me know down in the comments how this resonated. I am so excited to see who was my pile 2 here, because you guys scare the shit out of me. I'm just gonna be blunt with it. This energy scares the shit out of me, and I would like to be able to discern it in the future. So definitely let me know if you were my pile 2. Let me know down in the comments your angel number. Again, that was 1310 coming out. 1310 was your angel number, and I would love to see the different types of messages that you guys get. I will catch you guys in the next one. Bye! Hello, pile number 3. If you chose the Sun card with Prince Eric and Princess Ariel, then you were at your reading. Thank you so much for joining me today. Today we'll be taking a look at life with your future spouse. So the setup for this reading is I have person A here and I have person B here. I did channel this as person A being the viewer, but if you listen and you find that you are person B, feel free to just go ahead and flip-flop those energies and put yourself where it fits. So I am going to go ahead and start off with person A. Now, person A is being represented by the Lamb. This is an earth sign energy, so that could be Capricorn, Taurus, or Virgo being highlighted here. The Lamb is prophetic, they are peaceful, they are often very timid, and I'm hearing concise. Yeah, and they involve themselves in a lot of selfless service. So this could be in the service of others. I do get the sense that if you are the Lamb, you are a very intuitive person. You might be very quiet as well, kind of introverted. You might stick to yourself or prefer your alone time. I do get the sense that you are someone who is very quietly wise. It's almost like when you do choose to speak, people actually listen because you speak so little. And so whatever you have to say must be important, must be some like little nugget of wisdom I'm getting. This card really gives me the sense, this pile actually, like this side, really gave me the sense of Luna Lovegood when I was, because before this reading I was kind of unsettled, so I did a short meditation, and this was the energy that I kept connecting into, and it's very, very quite beautiful. Your energy is very, it's not that it's timid, it's almost like a very, It's a subtle persuasion is what it is. It's almost as if you could, it's kind of like you exist in two different realms at once. There seems to be a real duality with this card here, where it's almost like you are existing in the 3D realm, but I feel as if you might be able to almost like elevate your consciousness above that into the 5D, so you're able to see the bigger picture of things quite often. This might be my witchy pile. Yeah, you guys might be a witch. You might be incredibly like religious or witchy. You might get a lot of messages or like downloads. This is my very intuitive pile as well. Oh, I'm hearing like the moon. Yeah, you might enjoy the moon, or you might like put out crystals like to recharge during the moon. I am getting the sense that this is my pile that is quite introverted and kind of sticks to themselves. You guys might be like my kitchen witches or my plant witches, because I keep thinking of herbs, like herbology. And I know it's funny because I do have an herbology handbook, so I do get the sense that this is my collective that is quite interested in the occult side of things. There's like a very laid back, but it's almost like tense energy. It's like you're sitting, but you're kind of like, it's like a chihuahua. It's like a chihuahua where it's like they're sitting in their favorite person's lap, but they're like still shaking even though they're happy. It's kind of this energy. Yeah, I feel like you get a lot of spiritual downloads, because right before I did this reading, I was getting like chills down my spine, and I was getting like all of these very sudden downloads, and I was picking up pretty heavily on Luna Lovegood's energy, where it's like she's very whimsical and kind of aloof and very vague and mysterious, but she's not intentionally being that way. She's just being guided by her intuition, by her mind's eye. And I feel like Luna Lovegood is a very misunderstood character, because she is so heavily guided by her third eye chakra, and no one seems to want to recognize that. That she's just kind of able to, it's almost like navigate her way through complex situations without really being harmed. She just kind of like floats through situations. There's a very beautiful energy involved in that. It's almost like an aroma, like the energy of an aroma, because I'm seeing like a pie on a windowsill and like the scent that's like wafting off of it, and then I'm seeing like someone like literally like floating towards the scent. So I feel like your energy, it has this very sweet, very brisk aroma to it. Interesting. Let's go ahead and get into the message. We have, please give me time. I've never felt this way before. Yeah, so I do feel like the connection that you have with your partner will be quite overwhelming. You might be easily overstimulated. That might be the need to be alone or to be kind of introverted, is because you're easily overstimulated. And I think this is partly because your subconscious is like constantly receiving downloads and breaking these things down and analyzing them. And so like when you do meet your spouse, when you do meet your partner, it's going to be a very intense subconscious reaction for you, where you're just kind of like, it's almost like you're punched in the face with the truth. And then we have the one being highlighted. Now, I have read this like 5 separate times, and I cannot seem to keep a grasp on its meaning. So for the one, we have non-duality, one love, and unus mundus. Unus mundus is a circle representing the unity of existence, by the way. Our ability to experience this archetype firsthand is limited. It comes in brief and potent moments that we are left to savor for a lifetime. The one is both the energy that unites all living beings and our capacity to sense this intimate union. This archetype eludes us most of our lives, appearing as a concept in a distant galaxy. Yet when we are in the midst of its power, a solemn reverence falls across all the land. We glimpse ourselves in the vastness of all consciousness, and are neither small nor large within that field. We are neither important nor unimportant. All duality fades away, and we are left with what is, the precious knowing that life is a gift, and we are both the giver and the receiver of this fortune. Wow. Now, this card really does highlight the need for meditation, most specifically with the chant mantra of Om. So I am going to write that down for this pile. just in case you guys would like that. But yeah, I would look into the chants of Om. This might help you kind of connect, and not even connect. I think that this would help you kind of break down a lot of these downloads when you are feeling overwhelmed and overstimulated by them, because this might really affect you to a point of like nearly shut down. This pile really does have this sense of, it is like you're timid, but you're not weak. You are timid, but you are very, very strong. You are a spiritual powerhouse of a person, and I don't think that that's recognized enough because of the fact that you are quiet. You might even be quite small. I know that sounds weird, but if this is your partner, though, your partner might be quite small. Like, I'm hearing like carry-on, like they're fun size, they're a carry-on size. It's kind of funny. Maybe you don't like to travel. Yeah, maybe you're scared of like tight spaces, darkness. There is this sense of like a very bright light within you, but it's almost like you might deal with a lot of people like trying to snuff it out. Alrighty. I want to go ahead and check in with your partner. So with person B, we have the beaver. Now this is someone who is dedicated, devoted, and incredibly hardworking. The beaver is an earth sign energy and a water sign energy. So that can be Capricorn, Virgo, Taurus, or Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio. Now with the beaver, they do exist in a duality. There is this almost, I'm hearing happy Chuck. Happy Chuck? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means at all. But this gives me the sense of like someone who is very, very happy to toil away and do the routine work, do the necessary work. Now the beaver is the type of energy where it's like they are very strongly a provider, and they are very happy to provide. So they will do whatever is necessary to toil away to get the provisions that they need to provide, to get the resources that they need to provide, whether that's like a home, or that's food, or that's finances, etc. They will do whatever they need to keep on providing and caring. The beaver is very much equal with the lamb in acts of selfless service. It is a beautiful energy here, and I feel like the real connecting energy here is that you guys take care of each other in ways that no one else really has before. With the lamb is all about, intuitive thinking and leadership and guidance. It's almost like I'm hearing sister. It feels like a nun. Like a nun who just sits with you while you're in grief, or a father who comes to the funeral to, speak with the people who are grieving, and he just sits and he just listens. The lamb has a very like empathetic, soft energy to them, where the beaver is just kind of like this happy-go-lucky follower. And I don't mean that in a cruel way or a mean way either. It's actually very important that the beaver is a follower, because the beaver needs guidance. They're looking for guidance. They want a project to work on. They want something to toil on. They want a project to work towards. Because for them, that is a reason to live. That is a purpose to live. Whereas the lamb is very opposite in that effect, where like their purpose is very much like the analyzation of life, where it's like they're very interested in the epistemology of spirituality and of their experiences and of their like subconscious and conscious beliefs. Whereas the beaver is very much like, I don't care about any of that. I just kind of want to do something. Like action, 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 go, go, go. And the lamb is like, no, sit, 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 think, think, think. So there is this beautiful, I'm seeing like a teeter, like a, what are they called? A teeter-tot? A teeter swing? I'm seeing it where like you guys are kind of on opposite ends of the spectrum, but you balance each other out quite perfectly, because I see that the lamb kind of leads the beaver. This is giving me, we'll get into it in just a second. So the cave is an even more beautiful energy. The cave, it very much highlights in the book how once you enter the cave, you will leave with your life completely changed, completely altered, because the cave is a portal. And now I know it looks very dark, but when we really get into the nitty-gritty of it, look at those eyes. Those beautiful eyes coming out of the darkness here. There is this beautiful energy of home, of a sacred energy here as well. Now the beaver, I feel like at first they might meet the lamb and think they're quite sanctimonious, but I think over time, I think the lamb actually activates this cave energy within the beaver. And I think that the beaver always had this cave energy, but I think that it was the lamb who actually initiates them into it. And it's after they kind of get over, because I feel as if the beaver might meet the lamb when they're in quite an egotistical or a cocky or arrogant space. And through knowing the lamb, they kind of enter into this sacred energy, this initiation, this rite, this ritual energy, where it's like they are now able to kind of see beyond the veil, but they still have to be guided through it. It's like, it literally is like they're being taken on a tour of the veil or on a tour of the 5D, and the lamb is guiding them through it. It's a very beautiful energy. And in reciprocation to that, it's almost as if the beaver is giving the lamb like their energy, their security, their safety. They're acting as like a bodyguard to the lamb. It's very beautiful. Like, they're able to build up walls that the lamb could not, like, to build a shelter for the lamb, where otherwise the lamb would be like drenched in like the emotional currents of the world, and the beaver is kind of giving them like a cloak for it. Oh, I'm seeing the cloak of invisibility from Harry Potter. A lot of Harry Potter references in this. Interesting. But yes, the cave is a very beautiful energy to exist in. It very much is a life-changing experience where you're able to kind of peek past like normal 3D consciousness. You're able to kind of get into that underlying patternistic behavior and see what's going on beneath the surface. And I think that this is the first glimpse. I think upon meeting the lamb, the beaver is given like the first glimpse into the cave. Beautiful. Now for the beaver, we also have I'm open to compromise. I'm being so serious. This is so funny. I keep hearing it over and over again, and I'm getting their spirit. I just needed to get like the basics down. But I keep getting the sense that this is like a witchy girlfriend with like her dumb, like normal, like blue collar boyfriend who just does whatever she says. Where she's like, we're gonna go to the graveyard and we're gonna hit dirt, and he's like, okay, get in the truck. Like, that's the kind of energy here, where it's like she lets him know what she needs and he provides those needs. He assists, he supports, he helps, and she leads. And there's this very beautiful, like, it's like a feminine force energy here, where in collusion both of their lives are made so much better, so much more miraculous. No, it's not even like that. It's like, because I'm getting the sense of like blessings. Like, she brings blessings to his life that he sees as miracles, because he didn't know that this was possible before. I feel like before he was very closed-minded. It was like his crown chakra, his third eye chakra, was just completely closed. He had his eyes closed. And upon meeting the lamb, it was like she just kind of ripped the wool off of his eyes, and now he's unable to go back. There's a very intense energy between the two, where the beaver very much feels like he requires the lamb's guidance, and the lamb very much feels like she requires the stability, the structure, the safety that the beaver provides. And that's why they kind of mesh so well together. It's like one is the net and the other is the rope connected to I'm seeing like a bridge, actually. So it's like one is like all the wood for each step of the bridge, but the other is like the ropes that hold the bridge. It's very beautiful. There's a gorgeous journey between the two of these two. And I think maybe the lamb is overwhelmed by this. Maybe they've been tricked in the past, or they've been taken advantage of in the past. They might have even, because with this kind of prophetic energy, it's very, very visceral. And not just that, there's a lot of it. There's a very high volume that the lamb is constantly kind of siphoning in, sucking in, and consuming, right? They're eating it up. And then I feel as if that's kind of their energy field. Like, that's kind of, their energy feels like a magnet for everything around them. And that might be extremely draining. They might have dealt with like energy vampires in the past who would come in and just kind of eat everything that, like, they would try to suck everything that they were, because I'm seeing like, this is so gross. This is such gross imagery. Ugh, I want to like throw up. This is like really visceral. I'm so sorry. I'm seeing like a baby bird being fed by its mother, and then like another bird coming in and like trying to steal it out of the throat of the baby bird. And that's kind of this energy, is where it's like the lamb has digested the, oh yeah, and I'm seeing like a dog eating vomit, where it's like, that's so gross. I'm seeing this like energy where it's like the lamb digests these super, super complex energies, and then it, like, if these vampires come in and try to eat it, they try to like take it from them, because the vampires like can't digest that complex of energy by themselves. They need the lamb to act as like a mediator or like a middleman to digest it. And so I feel like as a result, the lamb has become quite quiet and quite introverted, or they kind of stick to themselves because they are very frightened of this energy, where it's almost like everything that they accomplish, that they digest, is stolen from them. I'm hearing stolen valor. Yeah, like they'll come up with an idea, like a really good idea, and someone else will come and like just rip it out of their hands. And so there is this real big fear. I feel like they've been pushed around, like they've been bullied a lot. There is this real big fear that the lamb is like terrified that no matter what they do, no matter what they accomplish, it is going to be stolen from them. And the beaver comes in and is like, absolutely not. Like, I will protect you. I will never steal it from you, because I don't want these complex energies. I didn't know they existed. My energy field doesn't exist, and I love it. I actually love the difference in the coloring here, because when we look at the coloring of the lamb, see this gorgeous, gorgeous like backdrop of blue and green and white and red and yellow. Beautiful. And then the beaver's backdrop is like all black and then some yellow and white. And that's kind of how I feel here. I feel as if like the beaver has almost no energy field. Like, I feel like they were completely blinded to all of this up going on up here, because they can only see so low. And the lamb is like drenched in it. They're like soaking in it on a regular basis, but because they're soaking in it, they're like shivering and they're freezing and they're drowning. They're like sputtering and coughing, because, you know, they're choking on how much energy they're forced to kind of consume. And that might even be the other thing, is like these like vulture energies, these like vampire energies might be like force feeding the lamb, because I'm seeing like literally like a siphon, for like when you like siphon gas out of a car. I'm seeing like a siphon being like shoved down the lamb's throat as they're being like force fed. So that might be what it is. These vultures might be coming in to like force feed these complex energies, because the lamb can digest them and then like spit them back out for the vulture to be able to eat. I don't know why I keep saying vulture. The vulture is often a purifier. Interesting. Or a scavenger. It's a scavenging energy. Ugh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I feel like the lamb has been surrounded by this a lot though. Like family, friends. Whereas the beaver is quite the opposite. The beaver is like, hey, I don't actually care about any of that. I mean, it's interesting, it's cool, it's up there, but I just want to make sure like you're safe and you're okay. Like I mean, yeah, you can like yap my ear off about it, but I really just like your presence. I just like having you around. Like, I think you're kind of whimsical and cool, dude. Like, the beaver has a very like relaxed energy to them. They're really, really sweet, but it's strange. I can almost like, it's actually, this is so mean to say, and I'm so, so sorry if you're the beaver person, but it's like the beaver is so simple of a person. They have such simple wants and needs, such simple desires, that it's like I can barely read their energy, because it's very shallow. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I just don't think the beaver is very, I don't think they've been like awakened to a spiritual journey outside of the lamb's presence in their life. I don't think they're far enough in their spiritual journey. I don't think they've even started a spiritual journey by the time they've met the lamb. This feels like someone who is like completely blind. Like they wouldn't believe the wind existed if they couldn't physically feel it. There's a beautiful simplicity to the beaver though, where it's like they're not argumentative, they're not a fighter, they don't have any like ulterior motives, because they don't need those. Like, they have a very simple view on life. They've got a very simple conscience. Like, you know, they do bad things, they feel bad about that. They do good things, they feel good about that. they seem to have very upright morals as well. Like they have a sense of duty, a sense of responsibility here that I actually do find quite beautiful. And I feel like, this cave energy can be a little overwhelming for the beaver, but I think that they actually quite enjoy it. And I think this is so pretty. I know this is kind of out there, but see the beaver and then the outside of this cave? It's almost like it's in their fur. Like the cave is inside of them. And the cave is a portal. So I feel like the beaver actually acts as like a hiding spot for the lamb. Yeah, it's that cloak of invisibility again. Maybe you guys both like Harry Potter. Yeah. I do think that the beaver sees the lamb as the one. Like this is someone that they want to be with forever. So they're always willing, because, and especially because of their simplistic nature, it's almost like they will come to the most like obvious conclusion of a situation. Like the lamb could be freaking out about a situation, and they're like for example, there could be like a thunderstorm and the power goes out, right? And the lamb is like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, the power's out, oh my god, I'm freaking out. And then the beaver is like, hey, like, it's fine. All we have to do is like reset the power box. Like it's really not a big deal. I think you need to like, why don't you sit down? Like why don't you let's try a weighted blanket. It's almost like they have such a simplistic view to life that the lamb is actually living too complex of a life to even see. And so these two energies really do balance each other out in that sense. All right, let's check out the connecting energy. Oh, we have passion. That's gorgeous. That's absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, I do feel as if like the beaver supports the lamb's passions, and the lamb is able to learn, and not even learn. And I think that's what the beaver really does receive from the lamb, is that the lamb is able to provide guidance. They're able to provide direction. I think the lamb is like the map holder, like the GPS holder. Like the beaver drives, but the lamb directs. There's a very beautiful energy here. Yeah, and I feel as if the lamb might even activate this third eye, this crown chakra energy within the beaver. And that might instill some passion in them. Where they're just like, it's almost like they get secondhand excitement from the lamb. Where the lamb is like, oh, I'm so excited, it's a full moon, I'm going to charge my crystals. And the beaver's like, heck yeah, I have some crystals, can I charge them too? Like, it is very much giving me like, it's like golden retriever energy coming from this beaver energy. I actually had another thing about the lamb is I feel like they might speak nonsense sometimes. Like there's something here about their mannerisms. Cause the beaver gives me like straight Kronk energy. Like straight up like Kronk from the Emperor's New Groove. They might even really like cartoons or like childish TV shows, because Harry Potter keeps getting brought up over and over again. So they might be really reminiscent about like TV shows or movies from their childhood. They give me Kronk energy though, where it's like just a very simple man who's very knowledgeable in all sorts of like handy things. He's very kind, very gentle, very understanding. I'm hearing exquisite. Maybe he's a really good cook or a good baker. There's like a simplicity to his soul that is just in itself so unique and so beautiful, because it doesn't want much. And it is happy with what it has. Yeah, I don't know why I just did that. I was looking at this little dot and I couldn't help it. I had to like touch it. It was so weird. Maybe the beaver is a little ADHD. And with the lamb, I feel like they're kind of the opposite side of that. Like their mannerisms, the way that they speak is very complex. When I was meditating, I pulled my iPad off of the charger specifically for this. I found this poem that just like, it clicked with this reading so well. It's, I've actually got a couple of them. So the first one is by Tristan Cobrer, with Val Warner, posted by Tom Snarsky on Instagram. Make light of it, coffins of poets. For undertakers, mutes are an easy affair. Violin cases with a hollow racket. They'll think you dead, the bourgeois bears. Go quickly, light of cumber combats. Like, it's like the lamb would speak like that, or like say that to the beaver, and the beaver's just like, okay, nice. What does that mean? You know? Or like the lamb might come, like the beaver is like, oh, like, what do you want for dinner today? And the lamb is like, tell me it was for the hunger and nothing less, for hunger is to give the body what it knows. Like, and the beaver's like, okay, but like, Chili's then? Like, are we going, you want Buffalo Wild Wings? Like, there's a very, like, funny dynamic between the two. Or like maybe the lamb is like overwhelmed and the beaver comes in and they're like, babe, like, what's wrong? And the lamb is like, ugly angels spoke to me. The blame I heard them say was mine. They tattled like green witches in my head, letting doom leak like a broken faucet, as if doom had flooded my belly and filled your bassinet. An old debt, I must assume. That's a poem from the Double Image. And the beaver's like, what? Like, so did you have a bad dream? Like, it's they just take the most like simple conclusions. That's a I'm so sorry. That is the Double Image. It's in Searching for Mercy Street by Linda Gray Saxton and Anne Sexton. It's very beautiful though. I feel like the dynamic between these two, it's very sweet. Or like, you know, the lamb could just be like laying in bed with the beaver, and the beaver is like, this is so funny. The lamb is like sitting here thinking, she's like, all that time I could have touched you and didn't, and did absent-minded, getting in and out of bed or trying to reach something behind you. I didn't need anything I could buy. I bought the socks, which is a poem by Margaret Ross. And the beaver is like laying next to them, and they're like, haha, motorcycles, haha, stegosaurus, man, I could go for some spaghetti. Like, it's just there's a very beautiful, it's like, I know I keep laughing and it's not supposed to be funny, but it's like so beautiful how these two are able to kind of balance themselves out. It's like overly complex and then like not nearly complex enough. Oh, it's so funny. It's like beautiful though. Alright, I want to go ahead and get into the tarot because I'm going to keep laughing if I don't. I do feel like these two really share a passion for each other though. I feel like they each really, really, really appreciate and respect the other person's perspective and point of view. And I feel like each of them feel like the other person's point of view is like a gift to their life. Like they don't know what they would do without it. Okay, all right, let's get into the tarot. Alrighty, I'm going to use my Under the Sea Tarot. I do know that I have my Sun card up there, so it is removed from the deck, but we already know that we're talking about commitment and marriage, so I don't really need that card here, as it does signify commitment and marriage. Alright, so let's take a deeper look. What is Pile 3's life with their spouse like? Oh, beautiful. We have the star. Let me make sure. It's gonna... It wants to come up right? Yeah, that's coming up right. Beautiful. Oh, we have the King of Cups. Beautiful. We have the Nine of Swords. Beautiful. Okay. We have the Lovers, the King of Wands in reverse. And then we have the Six of Wands. How do we want that to land? We are doing that on... Okay. Okay, beautiful. Okay. I have my Page of Cups here. Okay. And my Three of Cups underneath that. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, so immediately what I'm picking up on is that in the beginning of this relationship, I'd say the first year or two, it's going to be very heavily focused on, it's going to be so heavily focused on healing. And I think it's going to be about setting the standard for love as well. Because I'm feeling as if one party, or maybe even both, have both been, yeah, I'm hearing both. You've both been treated really poorly in past relationships. Like, you have given love, you have given your all, you've done that selfless service, but you have been in relationships with like narcissists or abusers or takers or self-centered people who could never reciprocate or give back, who could never fill your cup as much as you have filled theirs. And so there is this energy where it's like the first couple years of this relationship is just redefining the new standard, setting the new standard, working through the issues of the past that have kind of left you feeling scarred or beaten or unresolved or even like frightened. Yeah, especially with the lamb energy, where it's like the lamb might have felt very forced into things in the past, and the beaver is here to help them, like, kind of pace themselves or be like, hey, like, you're allowed to not do this. You don't have to do this to make me happy, like, at all. Like, you're allowed to say no. You're allowed to, like, tell me that you don't want to do this, so that, or that you do want to do this. You're allowed to like, vocalize what you need. You're allowed to. There's a lot about allowed to. And I feel like for the beaver, it's going to heavily be about, like, redefining what love feels like, what it feels like to be with someone who can trust you wholly. Because I feel like in the past, the beaver has dealt with people who just kind of, like, selfishly took and took and took and took and took, and they never really got to experience someone who gave back to them. And I feel like the way that they're being given back to is especially important, because maybe in the past, the beaver, even when they did receive, it was always in the sense of, like, physical things that they could provide for themselves. And I feel like now the beaver is able to receive things like knowledge, like information, like emotion. They're able to kind of open up to this whole world of non-physical things that can't be bought and sold, can't be even taken away. Like, once this knowledge is transferred to the beaver, that can't be removed from their mind. Once these experiences are given to the beaver, it can't be removed from their mind. It's almost like the beaver is being given the keys to a kingdom here, and that is where they're redefining their love. So it's a very beautiful energy between the two in the first few years, of overcoming this kind of paranoia energy, this anxiety energy that's been left over by, people of their past, by these karmic ties, these karmic relationships, this unhappiness, where, and especially other people's opinions. I think that these two together are very, very good at discerning who around them is good for them and bad for them. Not in, like, an isolating way, but in a way where it's like they're looking, in the first, like, 5 years that these two are together, they're able to find their, like, found family, essentially. Yeah, they're really able to, I'm hearing, like, root out the snakes. Like, they're able to get out the people who don't want what's best for them. These two really do help each other. Like, really, they help build each other up very, very well and very easily, I'm seeing. With my King of Wands being here in reverse, there might be this, there might be a stagnant portion of this relationship. I'd say like 3 to 7 years, between 3 and 7 years. I feel as if these two will kind of get into a routine where they get overly comfortable. They kind of forget the excitement of the beginning of the relationship. I feel like nothing new happens. Where, like, in the beginning of the relationship, I feel like they might take a lot of vacations together, or do a lot of experiences together, do a lot of, like, trips and travel and exciting things, new experiences, fun stuff. But then as time goes on and as life, does life, I think that kind of dies down and they start to lose, the time or the interest or really the effort in seeking those new experiences with each other. And this might lead to, like, this stagnant period. I feel like this stagnant period is going to lead to maybe even some resentment, some fighting energy, some anger, where it feels like they've kind of lost the spark between them. I don't see that lasting forever, though. I do think that this is fixable. And I think it's especially fixable with the feminine in this portion. I think it's almost as if they can find, if it's the, I'm so sorry, I'm so tongue-tied out of nowhere. Bleh. They need to find something to celebrate together. Like, every single day, they need to have a little win or a little victory together in order to kind of build back up this spark. That's what they need to do. They need to find ways that they can experience new, fun, exciting things that makes them want to. And this could even be with other people, like doing, like, a double date. That could be very exciting and very fun for them. And it keeps coming back to experiences, though. I don't know, maybe you guys really like the outdoors, or, like, maybe you're adrenaline junkies. But there's something about, like, the day-to-day routine of life that drains the love here, or makes it feel like the love has been siphoned out of the situation. Yeah. there is a real need to rediscover what is invigorating here. And I feel like there is a sense of isolation as well, especially for the lamb. I feel like the lamb is very, very prone to feeling trapped due to their experiences in the past. So they get very, very paranoid, very frightened very quickly that they're repeating these cycles, right? Because they're kind of digesting the same energy over and over again. If the lamb doesn't get out and get new experiences, they almost overanalyze to a point of like self-belligerence or like self-harm. They overanalyze the same stagnant energy over and over and over again, and it's almost like sickening to them. It's like it acts as a poison to their mind and to their soul and to their heart, and I think that depresses them really badly. And so it is, and for the beaver, I feel as if they are, while the beaver is very, very happy to toil and to produce and to provide, I feel like they need to feel a sense of achievement. And a great way to explain this is like I used to work at this therapy office, right? And so every single day I would come in and I would do like administrative tasks in the morning. Well, it was technically the afternoon, but whatever. Whenever I was able to, I would do these like administrative tasks. But the issue with the administrative tasks that I found was so very frustrating is that it was never ending. It's like there was never a time where I was like, cool, I'm done with this, because every single day it had to be reset and redone and reset and redone and reset and redone and reset and redone. And at the beginning, I was like, this is awesome. It feels very structured. It's very stable. I love being able to do this because it's just the same thing every day. I know exactly what I'm going to be doing at 1:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. And that is, setting this chart up or, going over these appointments. But after 8 months of that, looking at the exact same chart over and over and over and over and over and over and over again and seeing the same patient names over and over and over and over and over again, I got like stir crazy about it. I was going like berserk about it. I was like, oh my God, I just want to do something different. I just need to like get up, to like stand up, to like run around a little bit. Like I was giving myself zoochosis. I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is between these two. When these two are together for a while, it's almost like they stagnate into self-isolation because they're so comfortable with each other. They're so homey with each other, and it leads to this sense of like zoochosis. So now they're at each other's throats because they feel freaking crazy and they can't understand why. But the actual resolve that I do think that they come to an end here is that, one, they need new experiences. They need to get out of this zoochosis by providing new experiences, by getting out of their cage, essentially. Right? They need to be able to like wander the zoo, not just be stuck in this cage all the time. And on top of that, I think that they need to be able to embrace the little wins here as well, where it's like, oh, like, sure, we stayed home all day, but we got the laundry done, all the laundry's done. And that took us like 3 weeks to get through. That's a little win. That's awesome. I'm so proud. Or like, if really nothing's going on that day, instead of, maybe ordering out for dinner, let's bake something together. That's a little win. It's an experience, right? It's the little things in this relationship that when you're not doing them, they do add up to resentment. And when you are doing them, they add up to this beautiful bond that you guys have with each other. So yeah, there is this genuine need to like be almost overly aware of when things are starting to stagnate or repeat themselves or cycle, and even when I worked at that therapy office, I think the resolve for that is my coworker like planted flowers in the like in the far back of the parking lot and was like, hey, every single day at like 3, can you water the flowers? And I was like, yes, please. And I know it was only like 7 minutes. It only took me 7 to 15 minutes every single day to water the flowers, but those 7 to 15 minutes were like life-saving to me. It felt like emotionally and mentally, it really helped me to like stay stable and stay sane. I'm hearing Rocky Horror Picture Show. It's Columbia's part where she's singing with Meatloaf and she's like, stay sane. Yeah, it really did help me to feel very sane because I was just able to like get out of my chair for like 10 minutes and go water some flowers and feel the wind on my face and hear the water sprinkle onto the ground. And I had to measure how much water each of the plants got. And I got to see like the cars going outside, like back and forth on the road. And I got to hear like, you know, like maybe the fire sirens outside. And each time it was it was a slightly different experience. And it was very reinvigorating for me. So there is this need to find little things to celebrate and to do it together because they need it to be a bonding activity. Otherwise, I think the lamb, if they are forced to constantly do things on their own or experience things on their own, I feel like the lamb is going to get to a point where they feel like the beaver isn't providing them with the security and the safety that they're looking for because they're so overwhelmed and so drenched with emotion and with energy, and they just need to get away from them and find someone who's willing to like be a cloak, you know, like that invisibility cloak, who's willing to like cloak their energy. Whereas the beaver, on the other hand, is very much like if they go too long without feeling like not celebrated, but like appreciated for how much they provide, I feel as if they kind of get into this resentment energy where they're like, man, like this is how people in the past treated me. Like, you know, all that you really do for me is you take and you take and you take, and I'm left like empty-handed and exhausted and angry. Like, what am I supposed to do? You know, like why can't it ever be me who's receiving? There is this, yeah, and I feel like if these two don't speak about that and make these needs known, then they're both gonna end up, it's like that seesaw, the seesaw, it's not a teeter-tot, it's a seesaw, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah, it's like the seesaw's gonna get unbalanced, and then one's gonna fling right off. I have my Page of Cups and my Six of Cups here, okay. Alright. Yeah, so I don't see you guys having children very early on. I feel like children are going to come much later in the relationship, and this might actually come, you guys, yeah, you might have just one child. It might be kind of a hard pregnancy, too. Like, I don't see it being, and I don't mean this, like, to discourage anybody at all. This is just kind of what I'm seeing, is that I do see just, like, one pregnancy, or maybe you agree to one pregnancy, and it takes, like, hard work to agree to that, like, or maybe like you guys are living in a position where like having a child isn't like doable or fundable, so you would have to kind of like put in the hard work to make it a potential for your life. I'm thinking like if you live in like a studio apartment, right, and you don't have a bedroom to have a child, you don't have any space for a kid, you know, you would have to work hard to like buy a house and then get pregnant and then have a kid. Or for the people who are already in a position where it would be really easy to have a child, I do see that the pregnancy might be hard. It might be really exhausting. Given that the lamb is such a feminine energy and it's a very timid energy, I feel like a pregnancy would be incredibly draining on them. And I feel like the beaver would kind of have to put in like overtime of emotional care and emotional, what am I thinking? What am I seeing? Like an emotional shelf? What does that mean? It's like they'd have to almost take on majority of the emotional burden. So that way the lamb could like have a successful pregnancy here. Or so things would be easier for them. Yeah, and then I do have my death here. I do see that like having a child would completely change this dynamic. I think it would go one of two ways here is what I'm seeing. Either one, yeah, like you feel like the child takes precedence over the relationship, and that kind of leads to this like heralding moment where things kind of fall apart. You guys get like exhausted and kind of lose the relationship. Or on the other hand, I do see things going really well. Like the child is beautiful. Like their soul is beautiful, because I feel like when the parental relationship is prioritized, the child benefits from that in this beautiful way where they get to watch how their parents take care of each other and love each other. And that is their example for love. Yeah. And I feel like it leads into this very beautiful energy of like this child who grows up knowing like their worth, knowing that they're loved, knowing that their parents love each other. And it's almost like they use their parents' dynamic as like a structure or a rubric. They're using their parents' relationship as like a rubric for their own love life. So there is a very beautiful, beautiful soul that could be awaiting this relationship, but it has to go after a lot of communication, a lot of understanding each other, a lot of compassion. And I think that that's something that maybe the lamb energy is kind of scared to do, and the beaver is too stupid, not to be mean, but I feel like the beaver is almost too unconscious to bring this up, and the lamb is too scared to confront it. Like the lamb thinks it's conflict, and the beaver doesn't even realize that, you know, there is this need. So there is that sense where it's like the lamb does have to learn how to really become a leader and really push guidance without feeling like it is like it's a dictatorship, because it's not. It is teamwork. It's just that within this teamwork, the lamb needs to be the leader, and they need to bring whatever kind of conflict they might have to the front. Because I'm gotta be honest with you, the beaver's too simple. The beaver's too simple to recognize it. Alrighty, I'm going to go ahead and get into the advice. Alrighty, pile 3. I want to get a channeled song for this pile. Can I get a channeled song for this pile, please, Spirit? 1 or 2? Just 1 or 2? Oh, okay. Ooh, hoo, hoo. I have rule number 34, fish in a birdcage. We have spicy thoughts and sexual frustrations. Maybe that's where you guys really connect. Because we did have passion show up, so maybe you guys really connect in the bedroom. Wow, my throat just like went haywire. Yeah, I feel like you guys really connect in the bedroom. We have right now, you're mine. All mine. Give in, you're mine. Such a good girl. Knows how to please. Yeah, there's a lot here. Okay. Interesting. Let's get one more for this pile. Oh. Yeah, and then on the back of the deck, I have Only Time. Sorry, everything fell. I have Only Time by Enya. So this is about healing and patience. Who knows? Only time. Who can say why your heart sighs? Who can say where the road goes? Well, the lamb, actually. Because they are the GPS. Wow, my throat chakra is kind of going crazy. I wasn't expecting that. You can't shut me up. Alrighty, I want to actually grab an angel number really quickly before I go any further and forget. I see 328. So 328 is your angel number today. You can go ahead and type into your browser 328 angel number meaning. And honestly, if you can comment that down below, I would love to read what messages you guys give, because we all get different messages, and I like seeing how different they are. I have a Libra energy being highlighted here. Beautiful little Libra. And then I think this is... Ooh, what is this? Neptune? Is this Neptune? No, this is Pluto. This is all about self-empowerment. Oh, personal power. It can also pertain to death and rebirth, out with the old, in with the new, the end of an era, transformation, and evolution. Wow, beautiful. Oh. Okay, where do I want to go next? I'm actually going to grab a Love Angel deck. Oh, we have passion coming up again. Yeah, I feel like you guys really, really connect in the bedroom. Like, if you end up with this person and you find that, oh, maybe that's the experiences. Oh, maybe when things get stagnant in this relationship, you need to kind of experiment, like sexually. Like, you need to, I don't know, maybe bring in like toys or treats or costumes, something of that nature. I was not expecting for this to go down this route. But yeah, I do very much feel as if there is this, maybe even like role playing, or I don't want to say that, like something outdoors. I don't really encourage exhibitionism, but maybe that is something that you would both be interested in, or that you would find exhilarating or exciting in this relationship. But yeah, there's something very heavily here about like experimenting in the bedroom might really help you guys like come closer together. I'm hearing come closer. Yeah, maybe that's what results in a child. Oh my. All right, I want to go ahead and get some zodiac signs. So with the Lamb, we had Libra, Gemini, Aquarius. We have Libra being highlighted. No, we didn't. Oh my god. The Lamb is an earth sign energy. I don't know why I said that. Yeah, the Lamb and the Beaver are both earth sign energies. So that's Capricorn, Virgo, Taurus. And then with the Beaver, they have the duality of also water. So it's going to be Cancer, Scorpio, or Pisces. And then we had Leo being... Leo? Okay, I'm just all over the place. I'm so sorry. We have Libra being highlighted here. Ah, my tongue. So weird. I feel like cat's got my tongue. Let's get another zodiac sign here. What other zodiac signs are involved with this pile, please, Spirit? That's so funny. I said cat's got my tongue. We have the cat here. Make time to focus on your own spiritual well-being and connect to the metaphysical world around you. I'm actually going to pop that right there. No. I'm going to pop that right here because I want to. And then we do have Leo energy coming up. Number 53, Leo. Yeah. Alrighty. I want to get some messages, starting with the Hidden Truth Oracle deck. What's going on with my pile 3? What is the Hidden Truth? I know that I crossed the line with you. Interesting. Yeah, I do feel like there is going to be this time of like... I feel like there's going to be this time period of almost like resentment, anxiety. Interesting. I look for you everywhere. Yeah, I do feel like if this couple were to break up, they would highly regret it. I'm afraid to contact you. And I feel like this is more on, they're each of parts with conflict. I feel like they're both very afraid of conflict. And I think that they need to learn how to confront those fears and feel more comfortable and safe with each other so they can resolve things faster. One more, please, Spirit. Just one. I couldn't let you get close to me. Yeah. I feel like this is very much in the beginning, where it's like there's this big fear of emotional vulnerability. Or it's like they're very scared to open up, but that changes over time. Okay. I'm gonna get two more. Grab from my Island Time Wellness deck here. We have clock. We have needs time, takes time, in time, cycles, time to heal, and progress. I'm actually going to take the time to heal here. I very much feel like this is the connection where you guys heal a lot of past wounds, a lot of triggers and traumas with each other. And then I also have camera, reminiscing, keepsakes, perception, learn from the past, and make memories. Yeah, I feel like when you guys are getting into these points of like semi-resentment with each other, it's important to kind of like look back at the happiest moments that you guys had with each other and try to recreate what was going on in those. And I don't mean like make it perfectly exactly what was happening. No, I mean like if you guys traveled a lot in the beginning of the relationship, try booking a trip together, you know, making that happen. If you guys like cooked a lot together, or maybe you went out to eat all the time, try to recreate that. Like go out to the restaurants that you went to on your first date, or maybe go to the movies, or you know, put on the first movie that you guys saw together on the big screen at your home and watch that with like popcorn and some candy and make like a whole night of it. You know, there's this need to kind of not only remind yourselves of where you came from and where the relationship originated, but to consistently like reaffirm the concept that you guys care enough about each other to keep doing these new experiences. Also, a side note, maybe someone here is interested in like videotaping your like sexy time. They might like videos or pictures of their partner in like vulnerable positions, I'm hearing. Alrighty. I wasn't expecting that, but I'm going to go ahead and get into the charm. So if you're noise sensitive, now is a good time to turn down your volume. Okay. Alrighty. Wow, there's a lot here. I wasn't expecting that. There's like a lot of mini tarot. Alrighty. So funny. My cat is in my closet right now. She's gonna scream in a second. Just watch. She always does. She'll like go in my closet expecting there to be like a whole other room there. And then she gets confused and she's like, hello? Hello? Honey, Narnia does not exist inside my closet. Alrighty. Alright, let's get into this. Let's go. I know that was very messy. So we have the moon in reverse and the 7 of Pentacles. I do feel like you guys will really have to spend time. I feel like you guys will get to know each other more and more as the relationship continues and evolves. It's almost like you guys will continuously get to know each other, and I feel like you will learn together new parts of your personality. Like the experiences that you guys share almost help you grow and evolve. That's very beautiful. But something, a big pitfall to be warned about in this relationship is one, like fighting each other. Like when you start to notice that you guys are like stuck in conflict or resentment or even like silence and isolation, I think it's time to like kind of take the blindfold off in the situation and reconnect on a deeper level. There is this, you know, sense of being like, oh, like we've argued every day this week. Hey, like maybe we should sit down and eat dinner together. Or, you know, why don't we go to this trail that we went to the first month that we were dating and take pictures there? Maybe fool around. Yeah. Alrighty, I have an Ankh here. I'm gonna be so honest, I have no idea what the Ankh is or what it does. So let me know down in the comments and I guess teach me if you're the lamb. I would love to hear whatever you have to say about this because I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I'm ignorant, so I'm not even gonna try. I know it's called an Ankh. I think you can correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, that's all I got. I think that you need to have faith that this is the correct partner for you, especially when things start to get stagnant, when things start to slow down, when you start to get scared, fearful or anxious, when you start to feel like maybe you are being taken for granted or like there's not enough like receiving energy in this relationship. You need to have faith that this genuinely is the one for you. It is. You guys are lovers and that's good. Like it's so sweet. You just need to kind of reinvigorate the passion. I feel like the spark in this relationship, it'll go out a couple times, but I see you guys building it back up, like relighting it every single time because you care about each other. That's normal. That's natural. Like you can't have the original spark forever, okay? Eventually the wick dies out. Eventually the candle burns itself out. It happens. It's okay. It's normal. We have colored hair coming out. So someone here might have colored hair, dyes their hair. I have hope coming out as well. So yeah, there's a lot of hope for this relationship. So don't doubt it. Don't feel like you need to run from it. There's almost a sense of like anxious, like avoidant attachment in this, but all it's like anxious avoidant, where it's like I don't want to confront the issues, but I need you. Okay, I need you. I want you to sit next to me, but I don't want you to talk to me at all. It's that kind of energy. I have Jay. So Jordan, Jessica, Jennifer, Jalen, JC. Oh, my cat is going crazy in my closet. I don't know if you guys can hear that. They literally, my cat does this all the time. She'll like trap herself in my closet and then go crazy. It's that zoochosis energy. Jason, Jamira, Jamira. Did I say Jennifer? Janine, Jay, or JJ, Jack, Jasper, Joy, John. Yeah, okay, that's what I got. I have L here, so Lynn, Lex, Lexi, Lyle, Lionel, Levi, Levi. Okay. And then I have a C. So, Caitlin, Cassie, Cassandra, Katrina. No, I think Katrina starts with it. It doesn't matter. Clay, Clint, Chloe, Clark, Clarkston. Alrighty, so that's what I'm seeing for you today. Thank you guys so much for joining me for this pile. You guys had a very beautiful, very enigmatic presence between you two. I was really grateful to be able to kind of break down. Oh, I missed one. We have life to you is a dashing and bold adventure. Lucky number 2, 11, 13, 30, 41, and 46. The Chinese word here is to do. So very much like you guys, you just need to keep adventuring together. You need to keep experiencing together. Alrighty, so that's what I'm seeing for you guys today. Let me know down in the comments how this resonated with you, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye! Hello, Pile 4. If you chose the Sun from my vampire deck, then you are at your reading. Thank you so much for joining me today. Today we'll be taking a look at life with your future spouse. Alrighty, so the setup for this reading is I have person A over here and person B over here. Now person A is meant to be the viewer, this is meant to be you. However, if you listen on in the reading and you do find that person B is more your energy, your style, feel free to flip-flop the energies, put yourself where it resonates, put yourself where it fits. Alrighty, so to start, I want to start with person A's spirit animal energy. This is the shark, so that's going to be a water sign energy. It could be Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio, although it doesn't have to be. Now the shark is direct. They say what needs to be unsaid. They do have a tendency of kind of swimming in circles around situations or because of situations. So you might find yourself a little caught up mentally, but I don't see you being the type to really hide your true feelings about a situation. I do see you giving your raw, honest opinion. You might be kind of blunt, or you might be the type of person where people can trust you to give them the truth in a situation. You're not the type to sugarcoat or to really bullshit. Yeah, you're not gonna kiss anyone's ass. You're just gonna be honest with how you feel and why you feel the way that you feel things. I also get the sense that you're the type of person to speak up for those who maybe are less fortunate or who are unable to speak up for themselves. So there is this headstrong energy that you really carry with you, but it's like a silent. It's a silent strength of yours. You're not just gonna go out of your way to attack people by any means. But if you smell blood in the water, you are not going to hesitate for a second if it's someone that you care, if it's for someone that you care about. So there is this very deep loyalty that is residing within the shark as well. I see you as someone who is very, very reliable, trustworthy, responsible. You have integrity, and not even just that, I think you have a strong sense of discipline as well. You might be really rigid with your routines or even the structures in your life. I feel as if you're the type of person where you like what you like, and that's the end of it. You're not the type to sit here and play around or waste your time, and maybe you do have moments where you indulge in to some capacity, some things that are fun or kind of a waste of time, but I don't see you I wouldn't see you leading someone on, or I wouldn't see you wasting time in a relationship that would go nowhere. I do see you being very much okay, well, what are we? And if we're not gonna be committed, then I'm gonna go. This very much gives me the sense of when people come to you, they need to come correct. or they will suffer the consequences. And I feel like you see straight through people as well. Like if someone is trying to bullshit you, I feel like you can just see straight through that. And you're like, oh, okay, so we're being shallow, we're being fake. Great, my turn. And then you call them out. You might be really good at like psychology or analyzing behavior. You might also be really good at kind of like ripping people apart verbally or like vocally. Like if someone was to try to like come after you, I feel like it would not take much for you to really sink your teeth into their flesh. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and look at the Hermit Tarot card for this. Actually, I want to look at my archetype card. We have the Bardo for this. And now the Bardo is often a space, like a transitionary space. So I can see that you might be at like a spiritual crossroads at this time. You might be at a crossroads in the physical world as well, where you're trying to decide whether or not you need to go right or left in a situation. The Bardo is often a place of transition for souls. I actually want to pull from the book because when I was reading over during my study for it, there was a portion that I thought was really important. Okay, so yeah, the Bardo is a place between this life and the next. It's a liminal realm where souls pass. Now, in the Bardo, there is potential to forgive the unforgivable, to say the unsaid, to see the unseen, to love the unloved, to let go of all the things that cause us pain. The Bardo suspends us in its spaciousness for just long enough to open us up to higher wisdom. Its energy does not belong on earth as we know it, but rather to the cosmic network of which we are a single thread. So I do get this sense that you're one of those people who is able to kind of, this is so crazy, this is giving Tiffany Pollard energy. And if you don't know who Tiffany Pollard is, I fully recommend you go look up some of her videos, like some of her roast videos on YouTube or on TikTok, because she's hilarious. So Tiffany Pollard is constantly talking about how she's an HBIC. She's the head bitch in charge. And the way that she clocks people so quickly, that she roasts people so quickly is insane. Like she was on House of Villains and they kicked her off for being too much of a villain. Like this woman was a genuine menace to reality TV. She was reality TV in her own way. And a lot of people who were like viewers were constantly like, oh, like it's a persona, it's an act, it's this, it's that. But every single person who has come into contact with Tiffany Pollard has been like, this is not an act. Like this is actually who she is. Like she really is that quick-witted. She really is that intelligent. She really is like that underhanded, that manipulative when she wants to be, when she needs to be sneaky, she is. Like she really is so much more than reality TV has given her credit for, and so much more than her haters will give her credit for. I think she was on, it was something to do with like Flava Flav, like House of Love or something. Immaculate. She has immaculate vibes though. Like there was one moment, yeah, she's the original creator of like, you have 30 minutes. Do you know that? Do you know you have 30 minutes? Yeah, like she is an absolute icon. And I feel like that's kind of your energy, is it's like you are an absolute icon and you are an influencer. Now, some people might feel that you come off as a bully, but I don't think that you're actually a bully. I think that your energy is just really intense, and I think that you speak a very visceral form of the truth. And people who are fragile just cannot handle that. I think they shatter with like in front of you as a result. And so I get the sense you have very thick skin too. So like not only can you dish it out, but you can take it as well. Now, the card that I have for my Hermit Tarot, the message for your spouse, you have so many choices and options coming out. Alrighty. Yeah, I mean, like, I love your energy. It's giving icon, it's giving beauty queen, it's giving drama, it's giving sass, it's giving everything for me. I could absolutely eat this up. Like, you are a TV show I would watch every single week, babe. Like, I'm sure your life is constant entertainment for the people around you in, like, the most loving way I can say that. Like, I'm not saying that you're a drama queen by any means, but I am saying that if drama finds you, if it finds you, babe, you put it back in its place quickly, like with quickness. But this is something else that Tiffany Pollard said. There was this girl that she was arguing with, and the girl was like, you're just mad because I look like Beyonce. And she's like, Beyonce? 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 You look like Martin Vandross. Or like, it was crazy. She made this like, and the way that she had done it so quickly, she clocked that woman and she roasted her. And so I do get the sense, like, not only are you very quick-witted, but you're very accurate in your digs at people. Like, when you do, you know, come out with the claws out, like, every slash you make is an accurate one. It's immaculate. You really put people in their place. You really do. This is giving head bitch in charge energy. I'm actually going to write that down because it does give such head bitch in charge. And it, I love it. I love that energy. But yeah, Tiffany is always like, I'm an HBIC, head bitch in charge. And it's like, she really is. Every single reality TV show she's on, she runs that shit. She runs that show. She was on House of Villains, and when she got kicked off House of Villains, their ratings went down like 70%. It was crazy. But that's because she was the show. She is the entertainment, okay? She is the spotlight. She is the drama babe. I love her. So let's get on into your spouse, your partner. Oh, we have the Panther coming out. Now, this is a fire sign energy, so that could be Leo, Sagittarius, or Aries. The Panther is the annihilation of the unnecessary. It can also highlight the need to purge things. So with the Panther being here, I do get the sense that your partner is very disciplined. They're very structured. They're very rigid. So they do fit heavily in line with what your they are very compatible for your energy. I do get the sense that with this Panther card being here, they are not afraid to kind of like fight back. This is giving me almost like a Dom sub energy, where it's like you are more than happy to be like one or the other is very bratty and kind of like fights back with that bratty attitude, and the other is just like this I'm getting like a non-reactive Dom, where they're just like, I'm not gonna put up with this shit today, like I'll deal with you when we get home kind of energy. It's actually really sweet. I'm very much here for it. I do get the sense that with this Panther energy, like your partner will treat you like a prince or a princess here. Oh, it's so cute. Like your spouse is going to absolutely love your energy. I think that they like how headstrong you are. I think and on top of that, I feel like they're going to be your biggest hype man, your biggest supporter. I'm hearing, there's the door, bitch. There's the door. Like, it's that kind of, like, they are happy to back you up in every single fight. And here's the thing, like, both of these animals are predatory animals, right? But I don't think that you're going after, like, I don't think that that either of you are, like, actual bullies. I don't think that you go after people who are weak. I just think that you are a power couple, so you end up attracting a lot of, like, evil eye, or people who want to, like, try to knock you down a peg, or who want to insult you or make you feel bad. And I see that neither of you are willing to put up with that at all in the slightest. Like, your partner and you are more than happy to show fangs. And the serve face, I heard. Serve face. Oh my god, you guys are cute together. I love it. This might be a same-sex relationship, because it's kind of giving like sass, like drama, like LGBTQ. It's giving queen. But I love it. It doesn't have to be. If this is like a heterosexual relationship, that's totally fine. I just see that you guys match each other's energy like crazy. Like, absolutely like crazy. This is getting, like, if this is a heterosexual relationship, the closest thing I could mark it down to is, like, Stan and France. Stan and Francis? Why can't I remember her name? It's from American Dad. It's not Lois. It is Francis? Well, I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, it's Francine. I don't know why I was saying Francis. Maybe this is an LGBT relationship. But yeah, I'm getting like Stan and Francine, where, oh my god, I'm hearing Francine say like, what is it? She goes, homegirl. Homegirl don't chase. Homegirl gets chased. Yeah, these are both predatory animals too. Like, I feel like neither of you are really willing to, oh my gosh, I feel like both of you, like, there's such an animalistic attraction between the two of you. Like, I feel like you guys are kind of feral for each other. It's cute. I am getting the sense of like Francine and Stan, where it's like Francine and Stan match each other's crazy every single time. Like no matter how crazy one is, the other is right up there next to them. And they're very, very happy together. They're a great match for each other because of that. And even though Stan and Francine might have kind of a superficial relationship to other people, where like Stan wants to be with Francine because she is like physically attractive, and Francine wants to be with Stan because he's a good provider and he makes good money. They even do an episode where they touch up on this, and like Francine stops doing like her self-care routine and she looks like fat and ugly and unkempt, quote unquote. And Stan, as a result, blinds himself to stay with her. So it does show that there's like this deep, passionate love where like you guys would literally be willing to like do anything to stay with the other person, even if it means hurting yourself. Like if there was ever a situation where you're like, I don't know if I could live with my partner, or I don't know if I could tolerate or accept this within my partner, so I will literally blind myself so I can. I will deafen myself so I can. Like there is this almost like you guys are almost such big hype men for each other that there's almost a sense of enablement within this relationship. So that might be something to look out for or be careful of. So moving on into the archetype for the Panther, this is the temple. So this is the sanctuary, the altar. This is a very beautiful energy. This is, I'm hearing the Panther might be a bit of a sanctimonious bastard, by the way. I don't know. There's like a lot of cussing coming from this energy. You guys are funny. I feel like when you guys are together, it's a hoot. It's a riot. It's so much fun. You guys are a very entertaining couple to be with. This is giving like reality TV love. Like maybe you guys like watch like 90 Day Fiance. Maybe you guys like reality TV shows. Maybe that's what it is. Like you guys enjoy watching reality TV shows together. That's your like hobby. That's your bonding activity. That's interesting. I kind of like that. Now with the temple being here, I feel like the Panther is a very safe space for the shark. I feel like the shark has a very intense, direct, like raw energy that not a lot of people can really I don't think that they can digest it very well. It kind of like makes them sick to their stomach. So I feel like as a result, the shark has kind of had to learn how to like stay in the deep end with this energy. And when they do find themselves in the shallow end, they try not to bite because it would scare everyone off the beach, you know? But I feel like the Panther really matches them on this energy. Like they are just as raw, they are just as energetic, they are just as honest, they have just as thick skin, you know? And as a result, the Panther very much allows the shark to be who they are. So they kind of act as like a home for the shark to live in. They act as, and whereas like the shark very much allows the Panther to exist in this like transitionary phase where like they don't have to constantly have their teeth out. And I feel like because the shark is so raw and so honest, they actually help the Panther with discerning what is necessary and what can go, like what needs to stay and what needs to go. This is giving me the idea of like, does this bring you joy? No. And then we toss it in the garbage. Like I feel like the shark is very helpful to the Panther in the sense where they bring this sense of discernment, determination, and a sense of, oh, what am I thinking of? It's like affirmation. Yeah, they affirm the Panther's beliefs and their feelings very much. And because the shark is very intelligent, very quick-witted, the Panther is able to kind of like lean back and trust. They're able to like allow themselves to stay in this kind of transitionary space where they're like, okay, I can trust the shark to tell me if I'm doing something wrong. I can trust the shark to tell me if like this person, you know, if my intuition, my gut feeling about this situation is correct. Like they'll tell me straight up if this outfit like makes me look fat. Like there's a really deep and genuine truth between the two of you that I think is a very beautiful energy. Now, with this temple energy, I do get the sense that the Panther might really struggle with their home life. They might have had like a really traumatic upbringing, or they weren't very well accepted I think both of them were, actually. I think both of you have been, but I feel like the Panther's kind of been able to surpass that. I feel like the Panther's been on their own for a while, and that they've had to kind of build up their own home, their own sense of belonging, and that's why they were able to, like, invite in the shark, and that's why it feels so warm and welcoming to the shark, because the Panther's been there before, where they've been, like, outcasted, or where they've been, like, too, quote-unquote, too much, you know? And I feel like the shark is very... I feel like the shark is able to, like, find their home within this. I feel like they're really able to be themselves, to kick back, to put their feet up. There's this very beautiful energy between the two of you, where it's just like you guys are just so authentically yourselves, and you kind of allow each other, not even kind of, you allow each other to expand on who you currently are by providing this sense of comfort that neither of you have felt previously. And with the Bardo, I feel like the shark, while I don't think that their life has been necessarily, like, traumatic, I feel like they have been rejected quite often, or that they've been forced to go through this, like, rejection energy where they kind of have to... I'm hearing that they might have been through, like, a lot of friend circles, or, like, you know, they've lived in, like, a lot of different homes. They might have traveled a lot when they were young, like, their parents just moved around a lot, so there was never this sense of, like, being able to put their roots down, you know? And I'm getting that so heavily with all of these skulls here, where it's like the shark has lived so many lives, and it has just broadened their perspective. They have such a wide-ranging perspective, and that's why they're so quick-witted, that's why they're so intelligent, and they're so on point, because they have met so many different types of people. And I feel like the Panther is that place where, like, they can call home. They can come back to the Panther and, you know, kick their feet up, and they don't have to worry about moving the next week. There is this sense of stability that the Panther really provides that the shark appreciates. Oh my god, and this Panther energy, it's just gorgeous. I feel like the Panther is very defensive of the shark as well. Like, if someone comes after the shark and the shark isn't there, like, in rooms that the shark isn't in, the Panther will, like, roar for their defense. Like, they will cause a riot. They will cause an absolute hellstorm if someone tries to, like, talk badly on the shark. Ooh, and I'm getting the sense of, like, these are the type where, like, they can communicate through eye contact. So, like, if they're, like, at like a party or anything and they both want to leave, they just kind of, like, have a way of communicating. You guys just have a way of communicating silently with each other because you're on the exact same wavelength. And there's just, maybe you guys, like, wear your emotions on your, like, on your face or on your sleeve, but I feel like the real genuine portion of this connection is that, like, the Panther is, like, the safety, the security, and the shark, oh, I feel like it's such a leader. I feel like the shark's such a leader. I love it. I love it. All right, let me grab the message. So the Panther's message says, I want you to choose. Yeah, I feel like that's what the Panther likes as well. Is, like, the Panther wants someone to back up their opinions. The Panther wants support in a situation. They want to, it's not even just that they want to feel accepted, but they want to feel like they're making the right choice. They want someone, and it's not like in a hype man, it's not in, like, an enabling way either. It's in the way where it's like, you would call me out if I was wrong, right? Like, you would stop me before I went too far, right? Like, you would tell me if I was wrong, right? And I feel like they might have dealt with a lot of really fake people in the past who have let them kind of hurt themselves because they've done too, quote unquote, too much. Or maybe they've hurt other people because they've done, quote unquote, too much. So they really do require the shark's honest, raw, authentic energy of being like, hey, like, no, like, this is too far. This is too much. So I feel like the shark looks at the Panther and they're just like, you have so many options. Like, I can't believe that you even want me. Like, I'm so rough, like, to deal with, you know? And the Panther's like, well, I want you to choose me. I want you to choose for me. Like, the Panther's giving, princess energy. She really is. The Panther very much gives me the sense that, like, yeah, like, they don't want to rule the kingdom. I feel like they're happy, like, cleaning up the house, but they don't want to be the one to have to, like, compile all the bills and, like, pay them every single month. But the shark doesn't, like, and this actually kind of gives me the sense of, like, maybe the Panther isn't very confrontational. Like, maybe they don't like to bare their teeth. So this is giving me the sense of like the panther gets a medical bill that's like $2,000 and insurance didn't pay anything, even though they pay like $500 in insurance every month. I live in America, so this is just shockingly realistic. You know, and they don't know what to do, and they're all stressed out and like uncomfortable about this medical bill, but they're just kind of like, well, I guess I have to pay it. Like, what else can I do? And the shark just kind of steps in, is like, whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 absolutely not. Like, they're trying to charge you for this and this and this and this, and then insurance didn't pay anything. Give me your insurance card right now. Give it to me right now. And they like call the insurance and they cuss out the service rep. It really does give me the sense of like the shark is very happy to take charge and take control of the panther's problems, and that's a big thing for the panther. Is like the panther is all about like eliminating unnecessary things, right? They want a happy life, they want a peaceful life, they want a life without stress. That's the goal of the panther. It's not that they're eliminating things just because they're evil or because they can or because they feel like it. No, they're doing it because they have a goal to reach, and that's a very peaceful, you know, non-strenuous life. And I do get the sense that the shark comes in and they eliminate problems for the panther so that the panther doesn't have to be the one who's like constantly purging things. Ooh, there might be a concern with like an eating disorder as well. And I see the shark being very dominant in like almost like care. Not like aftercare, but it is kind of like, I don't know why I would think it's like a kink thing, because it's not. It's, maybe there is. Maybe there is some like great aftercare here. I don't know, maybe you guys have like some real violent, spicy time. I'm being serious, like something feral going on out here. Because it's fiery, it's passionate. You guys are there. But I do get the sense that maybe the panther might struggle with like some kind of food insecurity, and the shark is very, very like, it's gentle but assertive, where it's like, no, like you have to finish this meal or we're not going to the mall this weekend. Like, oh, you don't want to eat what I cooked? That's fine. We can order out tonight, but you're gonna eat all of it, and if we have any leftovers, you're gonna have it for lunch tomorrow. End of conversation. So I do feel like the shark gives the panther options to work with so that they don't have to feel like they're constantly in this like win-lose situation. Okay, all right, I'll stop. Let's find out where you guys are connecting here. Oh, we have manifestation. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Okay. And here's why. Because there is just such a raw, honest, vocal, like vocality between you two. There's a very authentic discussion that is continuous between you two. And as a result, it really helps you open up your eyes, because when I look at this, like both of their eyes are just wide open. Just wide open. On top of, ooh, this is beautiful. Look at that. Yeah, I feel like the panther really helps the shark kind of get their priorities in order, and the shark releases any of the burdens off the panther's back so they can chase after the things that they want. That's a gorgeous energy there. So I do feel like you guys kind of unleash the next level of evolution for each other, where like there is this beautiful growth that comes out of you two being together that leads to your manifestations coming in a lot quicker and a lot easier, because I feel like you guys can both be like Billie together about what your manifestation is. You're like, I want to make $5 million by the end of the year. And the other partner is like, okay, well, in order for you to make $5 million by the end of the year, you have to sell this much product every single month, you know? And so, which means that we would have to price each individual product at this amount. And so I feel like the shark is very much able to like provide this structure and come up with it. I feel like the shark's very type A, where they're like, okay, I created an Excel sheet then on like our inventory, what needs to be ordered, what the price needs to be, how often we can drop it, like how often we can ship out. I went ahead and set up a website for you as well. All that I really need you to do is like go pick up the product and then package it and then drop it off to the post office. Do you think you can do that? And the panther's like, I can do that. Yeah, like there is this great like reflective energy here. It's like two mirrors in front of each other and then like a light beam just bouncing between the two of them. It's like light speed manifesting here. It's crazy and I love it. I love your guys' energy. Oh my gosh, I could eat this like for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So on top of that, I feel like not only is the like idealistic version of it there, where it's like you guys really help each other to open up your mind to what could be next, to what you want to do, but I also feel like the like physical action is there too. Like if like I don't think you guys are gonna shame each other either for what you do. Like if the panther wanted to sit in front of the mirror and do like self-care affirmations where they tell themselves like, you know, I love you, you're beautiful, you're pretty, you're the prettiest person I've ever seen, like, you're gorgeous, you're a supermodel. I feel like the shark wouldn't like shit talk them about that or make them feel bad about that. They might just join in. Or they might even like give them affirmations that would work better for them. There's this very beautiful supportive energy between the two of you that I feel like only really comes from this, it's just such a deep inner knowing and not allowing anyone to kind of like shoot you down or tell you that you're undeserving of what you want or how you feel or that you're wrong. It's very beautiful. It's very beautiful. And so because there is like this authentic voice, there's this authentic reasoning, there is this, you know, this bouncing back and forth, and then on top of that there's the action. I feel like these manifestations, they just fly to you guys. Like every single thing that you want. This is the type of energy where it's like, oh, you know, I was kind of thinking of getting like, oh, like a mushroom candle. Like I really like mushrooms lately. And then like you guys go to the thrift store together later that day and you find a big mushroom candle. Like it's crazy the type of energy that you guys could. It's crazy what you guys could create if you put your mind to it. Let's go ahead and get into the tarot. I'm excited. Alrighty, so I do have the Sun card up here, but that is okay. We don't need it for the remainder of the Vampire deck, purely because we already know that we're talking about marriage and commitment, and the Sun card highlights marriage and commitment. So Spirit, what does life look like between these spouses? We have the Four of Pentacles in reverse. So what does it look like? Let's go deeper into life between between the Panther and the shark. Okay, beautiful. Oh, this is gorgeous. Okay, beautiful. Oh my god, yes. Okay. Okay, that came out so quickly. Did you see that? Not a single pile came out that quickly. Yep, and we've got manifestation with my Three of Wands on the back of the deck here. And in the middle of the deck, we have the Four of Cups in reverse. Okay, beautiful. Great energy. I'm going to be honest with you. Oh, wow. Yeah, so I do feel like in the beginning of this relationship, okay, I feel like this is before you guys meet, which is so weird because not a single other pile was like that, but I feel like this is the energy of like before you guys meet and then like right when the relationship is starting. This might even be like just starting, like, I feel like you guys will have a very quick relationship though. Like, I feel like this is like such a quick connection. This feels like you guys would be together for maybe like 3 to 6 months and then get married. And this is very, very quick energy. So we do have the Four of Pentacles. So in the beginning of the relationship, I feel that there's almost like, there's really a struggle with self-worth and in self-esteem, self-value here. I feel almost as if each of you is going to feel this kind of, yeah, like when I look at these two women, I feel almost like they've been victimized by life or by the universe. You guys might like first meet and you've both got your eyes closed, right? You've got your eyes closed to what the potential is or to what this relationship really actually looks like. And this might be like because society or even like the people around you, like family and friends, have kind of drained you of your energy. And not even just that, I feel as if you don't really realize your true power yet, how potent your power is yet. And I feel as if right when you guys meet, there's almost this moment where you feel like maybe this relationship is going to slip through your fingers. Maybe you don't value the relationship enough at first. Or maybe you feel like, oh, that's what it is. You feel like your partner, yeah, because it is giving that, you have so many choices and options. I want you to choose. So in the beginning of this relationship, and please, I know you have thick skin so you can handle what I'm about to say. I know you can handle what I'm about to say, but I'm going to warn you anyways. I'm about to be very rude with you. In the beginning of this relationship, you are both stupid as hell. You are both stupid as hell. Neither of you realize that you can be honest with each other yet, because I think both of you are still on this like testing phase where you're just like, oh, like I don't want to poke the bear, but, you know, I really am feeling this way. And I feel like this is going to come to a head in the very beginning of the relationship where both of you kind of put your foot down and you just like express yourself very authentically. This might come about because of a fight, because I'm seeing like, is it the Notebook that I'm seeing? Where she's like, you left for war, and he's like, I wrote to you every day, like that kind of energy, where it's like there's this colossal, I'm seeing like sparks fly, but like electricity, right, where it's like an electric lightning between two people's eyes. There's like this electric moment between you two where like both of you get so fed up and pent up, and then you argue. And in that moment you guys connect and you're like, oh wait, well, you can handle this version of me? You can handle this part of me? Oh my God, like I'm so impressed. No one I've ever met has been able to handle my anger like that. No one's ever been able to like put me in my place like that. Like, and I don't think it's going to be in a cruel way where like you guys are taking like superficial digs at each other either. I think it's going to be very not enlightening, but like it's just very, I keep thinking authentic. It's just very, very authentic. Where like both of you are coming forward with very raw, real emotion, where it's just like, it's this outpouring of the heart. It really is just this absolute outpour of the heart. It's like a cry. And you guys kind of recognize, you see the similarities between you two. And you're like, oh my God, wait a minute. Like, this person can handle this. They can handle me. Oh my God, like I've never been handled before. I've never been tamed before. Maybe that's what it is. Like you tame them. Maybe your partner tames you or you tame your partner. There's something here about like a bratty dom type of complex here. Yeah. And I feel like someone in this situation really does take control and kind of just like leads the charge. I feel like they will lead a conversation where you guys can become more of like an open book with each other and talk. And I think from there, it's like history was made that day. Like from there, just everything. Isn't there something about dappled light? I think there is. Hold on, let me look that up. Because I'm seeing that in the Hierophant. Like in the background, there's like this beautiful, if you look in the background, there's like this beautiful dappled light. I think it was with the panther. Interesting. Maybe it was in the archetypes? Archetypes? Yeah, it's with the temple. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up. So the temple says, visiting the temple might be as simple as stepping into the dappled light of the forest. Slowly and sensuously kissing a lover or closing your eyes to travel inward. And that's kind of exactly what we're seeing in this. Is like she's closed her eyes to travel inward and she's become an open book. She's allowing this dappled light in this gorgeous like green-blue backdrop. And with the temple, oh my goodness, let me pull it up. With the temple, we do have that energy of the forest being highlighted in the background here. And it's actually the same. Isn't that beautiful? Now this is the Hierophant. This is my faith card. This can also be known as the Pope card. I always consider it to be my fate card. I feel like this is more about destiny, about like past, present, future than it is anything else. So I do get this sense, there's this moment of sincere understanding. And I think it goes a lot deeper than just like understanding like your personality traits. I feel like there's this genuine like empathetic response where it's like you have been in each other's shoes before, where you feel as if there's like this deep knowingness between the two of you that just creates this unbreakable bond. I mean, it's gorgeous. The connection between you two is extremely strong. And then we have the Three of Swords. Yeah, I feel like this relationship is meant to heal all of your pain. I feel like maybe you've been with partners in the past. I'm seeing Miley Cyrus. with that one guy that she was with for a while, where like they would argue on like the runway or on like the red carpet, where like he'd be like, oh, like, can you stop being embarrassing? And all she's doing is being like her fiery, feisty, fun little self. But he would get like so embarrassed and like be so mean to her about it. And eventually, you know, she came into this like authentic version of her own truth, of her own expression, where she's like, you know, I can buy myself flowers. And she came out with that song, and that was absolutely immaculate. And that's kind of what I'm seeing here is like, you guys, oh my God, especially the shark. The shark might have reached that crossroads point where they're like, I can buy myself flowers. Like, I don't need a partner. I don't. I would rather be by myself because every partner that I've had up until now cannot handle me. They cannot handle, you know, my flair. They can't handle how honest I am, how raw I am. Like, they can't handle the truth, you know? And I feel like the panther, while they're not at a crossroads, I feel like they're kind of secluded. They're very introverted because they're so used to being heavily judged and they're so used to being attacked, is what I'm getting with the panther. Like, the panther's very used to having to put their guard up. And so I feel like the connection between the two of you is in recognizing that like neither of you need to have these walls up anymore. And that you can both use each other and work through each other to heal because both of you accept each other and love each other for who you are. Like, you guys, there is such a beautiful, genuine love between the two of you where it's like, it's genuine admiration. This is almost like, like Hosier energy, but for each other. This is it. Actually, I'm seeing this is a really dumb example, and I'm sad that I'm using this example. And don't think about it too much, okay? Don't think about it too much. But it's almost like the kind of like intensity that Megan Fox and MGK had with each other, where she was like, "Oh, like I have a ring that physically, like it would physically cut my finger to remove," and like he wears a necklace with my blood in it, or like something like that. There's like a really there's a tenacity in this relationship that I think that you both really enjoy and really love. There's an intensity in this relationship that I think makes both of you feel very at home, very seen, very validated. It's beautiful. And I feel as if now there is a note here about finances. I feel like you guys might enable each other a little bit too much. You guys might enable like adventures. Or this could be like shopping. You guys might really enjoy shopping. You guys really enjoy luxury. That's what it is. You really enjoy the luxurious parts of life. So there is a notion or a note here to kind of be aware of your finances because that can cause some fights between you two or some issues if you're not careful. There is a need to kind of not be frugal, but like have a rainy day fund. Yeah. Maybe one or the other. Maybe one of you is like a spendaholic and the other one is like very, very frugal. And so that could be like a cause for concern or some fights. On the upside, I've got my Three of Wands here. That's that manifestation energy with the Eight of Swords. Yeah, I feel like in the beginning, you guys are quite miserable because you are worried about the kind of conflict. I feel like you, in the beginning, I'm talking like the first year or two, you might be really scared to share your long-term goals and dreams with your partner. And I've actually had this happen before. I used to see this guy like on and off, and one of the biggest things he was embarrassed about is that I would do tarot. He was super, super embarrassed about the fact that I do tarot. I mean, me personally, I didn't care. I love doing tarot, and you're not gonna you're not gonna make me feel bad about it. You know, simply put. But, you know, like I was very fearful because of how miserable and conflicted he was about me liking tarot. I didn't feel comfortable telling him like any of my business plans or how I wanted to do tarot as like a full-time service or a full-time job. Like to me, it felt like I would not be accepted if I would tell him that. So I just kept that to myself. And I feel like there is a long-term goal that has yet to be realized, or maybe like your partner or you have realized it. I'm getting the sense this might be like in the music scene. Like you might want to be like an artist or a rapper or like a DJ or something. And you might be a little afraid that your partner isn't going to accept you for that. And this might be just straight up based off of how partners of your past have reacted to you. But I don't see, yeah, I feel like it's like you're looking at the people from your past going like, well, in the past, every time that I told them that, you know, I wanted to be a DJ, they told me that that was stupid and, you know, EDM was bad or something like that. But I see that this is a real moment for fulfillment for you. Like, this is genuinely, this is like a life goal for you. This is like a bucket list thing, not even. I feel like this is what you would see your purpose as. I feel like if you were to actually allow yourself to get into this, or your partner, this could be your partner as well. Like if you guys were to allow yourself to fulfill this goal and this dream, I think it would be a lot more invigorating than you could ever imagine. You know, and I feel like it's almost a burden to you to hide this from them. And honestly, I feel like your partner would be hurt to find out that you're hiding this from them. Yeah, I do see this Four of Cups energy here. So there's this wishing, wanting, yearning here. Yeah, okay. And so I do see you coming forward with this. It might be the financial portion where you like, maybe you invest too much on a dream that doesn't work out, but you do it like without telling your partner, and then when your partner does find out, they're just like, why couldn't you have told me? Like, I could have helped you. You know, there's this kind of sense where you're like, man, like I wish I came forward sooner with this. I wish I had told you sooner. Yeah, and I wish, like, there's something here about money, about finances. Maybe you invested your personal money into this, and your partner's like, but I, like, let's just use EDM, let's just use DJing as an example. Like, you invested your own money into, like, getting, like, a DJ board and a soundboard, or, you know, like, all the equipment for it, and then you're flat broke, and you're, like, angry because you can't drive to the gig because you can't afford it. And then, like, you and your partner have a spat about why you're so upset that night, and you finally break down, and you're like, it's because I had this gig, and I was scared that you would judge me for, you know, wanting to do this. And instead your partner's just like, what? No, like, wait, like I've actually kind of heard, like I've kind of listened in when you've been practicing and you've been rehearsing. I didn't want to say anything, but I actually really liked it. And I would totally pay, you know, for you to go to this gig. Like, let's load it up in the car. Can you still make it? Like, there is this really beautiful sense of support where you wish that, or maybe your partner wishes that they'd come forward with what their dreams were sooner, because if they knew that they were going to be supported in it, I feel like crying, because it's so healing. It really is. Like, it's like one single moment that heals a whole lifetime of rejection and terror and pain, where there's like this very sudden moment where they just feel like, oh my god, like I'm finally being accepted. I finally don't feel humiliated for just being who I am. Oh my god, that's beautiful. I'm gonna cry. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get into get into the advice. So I'll see you in a moment. Alrighty, I'm gonna kick this off with a channeled song for this pile. I had to take a second to like cry it out because that was a really beautiful energy we just ended your tarot on. Alright, Spirit, what's a channeled song for this pile? Okay. Okay, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so the first one that I have is Black Sheep by Metric. This is from Scott Pilgrim. Actually, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. This is Misunderstood and an Outcast. On the back of the deck it says, Black sheep come home, send you my love on a wire, everyone pulls away from you. So yeah, maybe you or your partner really felt like this in the past, where like you couldn't really be your authentic self. You couldn't really be the whole version of yourself without being like judged or them pulling away from you. Then I also have Ain't It Fun by Paramore, which is a maturing and it's also a wake-up call. Ain't it fun living in the real world? Don't go crying to your mama. Ain't it good being all alone? I feel like the Panther is I'm actually going to swap these. I feel like the Panther has been very alone for a very long time. I feel like they have. And I feel like it's out of this hyper independence. And I feel like with the shark, they're kind of able to like loosen. I'm hearing like loosen the lock on their cage. Yeah, they're able to like let themselves loose. They're able to let themselves like go. I feel like maybe the Panther has some, like, family issues. Or maybe they were like, I know that this is going to be for someone and not most people, but maybe the Panther, like your partner, your spouse, was disowned by their family due to, like, some kind of differences in opinion. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm going to grab a Love Angel deck. We have past life relationships. You guys have known each other before. Yeah, this feels super familiar. And not even that, I feel like you guys love who the other person has grown into. I feel like you guys absolutely love it. There's just such an inherent sense, an intrinsic sense of, like, acceptance in this connection that is so beautiful and so immense. I think it really does bring out the best in both of you. Let's grab some zodiac signs here. Oh, actually, before I do that, I want to grab an angel number for this pile. Okay, it looks like I have 547. 547 is your angel number. You can go into your browser, type in 547 angel number meaning, and that will be your message from Spirit today. We also, and make sure that you share that down in the comments, because I love seeing all the different messages. And it looks like I had Venus energy being highlighted. One moment. I know, I see you. That's my little Panther. I don't know if you guys could hear that. My cat was trying to leave, so yeah, she had to make herself known. Yes, we do have Venus energy being highlighted here. So that's that material possession, that, like, financial issues, that King of Pentacles in reverse that I was picking up on. But this can also be about, like, romantic love as well, like soulmate energy. Then I have Gemini being highlighted. That's a deep duality energy. Ooh, with Aquarius on the side there. Yeah, that's that black sheep energy. All right, let's get some more zodiac signs out here now that we have our angel numbers out. 1 or 2, please, Spirit. Thank you. Moon in Libra. Avoid making serious decisions and instead focus on creating harmony within your relationships. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let me get one more. I said one more. I am going to take the Aquarius. We have Aquarius coming out. I was picking up on that Aquarius energy a second ago. That's so funny. I'm quick with it, bro. Intuition on point. I do feel like you guys really like reality TV. I feel like you do. I feel like it's like a guilty pleasure for you guys. Maybe you like it. I feel like you guys would, like, watch, maybe those, like, couples survivor shows, and you'd be like, we could do this, you know? There's this, maybe you guys even, like, challenge each other. And because you guys kind of challenge each other, you're able to, like, build to the next step. That's fun. That's exciting. Oh, I'm excited for you. I'm so excited for you. Let's get some messages. Okay, we'll take both. I have, you don't know how hard it was to let you go. I feel like I don't feel like you actually let this person go. I don't think you guys go through a separation here. But I do think that it's almost like, I think letting go of the pain of the past, of the fear of, like, not of rejection, I feel like that's been very painful. And I feel like it's even, like, letting go of this egoic defense of, like, wearing a mask or hiding who you really are. I feel like that's really difficult to let go. I have I am not available coming out. Interesting. Maybe your future spouse isn't single right now, or maybe you don't know them yet. Yeah, and you know what? I was saying that with the Panther. Like, the Panther's been alone for a while. And I feel like they're very comfortable alone. I feel like they're not looking for a relationship at this time. I think it will really surprise them that they've fallen for you. Or if you are the Panther, I think you will be very, very surprised. And I've been in that energy for a while, where sometimes I get a tarot reading, or I do a tarot reading on myself, and it's like, oh, a soulmate's being sent to me? Keep them. Keep them. I don't want them. You know what you should send me instead? Money. Send me money. Yeah, I go through this, like, back and forth energy with it, where I'm like, I don't want love. I want a check, okay? I want $1 million in my bank account. I don't want love. Anymore. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna take that one and that one. I've got I will wait for a sign from you. Oh, and then we've got I love you. Oh, beautiful. We have I am grateful for the spiritual lesson on the back of the deck as well. I feel like you guys really do teach each other a lot. Like a lot about love and happiness and acceptance and peace and joy and harmony. I'm beginning to sound like a Joyce Meyer monologue, but that's not the point here. There's a lot of really genuine feelings between you two, and it's actually really beautiful to read your energies. Okay, let me go ahead. I'm going to grab something from my Island Time Wellness deck, and then we'll get into the charms. Ooh, we have Coffin. Endings that bring new beginnings, growth, change, liberation, transition. Okay, I'm picking this up on the crossroads energy. Maybe the shark moves, like locations, and that's how they meet the panther. Maybe they move, and that's that new beginning. Interesting. Let me get one more, please, Spirit. We have photographs, looking at your photos, missing you, nostalgia, making new memories. I'm going to take the making new memories here. I feel like you guys are very photogenic, number one. But I also feel like you guys are very big hype men for each other. So you're constantly like taking new photos of your partner. You're so excited to share your relationship. I feel like you guys have a beautiful aesthetic too. Alrighty. I'm going to go ahead and get into the charms here. So if you are noise sensitive, now is a good time to lower the volume, as this can get a little bit loud. Okay, I had a bunch fall out, so just bear with me. Okay. Oh, and then also in terms of zodiac signs, so we had Gemini, Aquarius, Libra. Then we also had, oh wow, that's every air sign. Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. Okay, crazy. So one of you might be an air sign. But we also had Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces with the shark. And then Leo, Sagittarius, Aries with the panther. Maybe there's just no earth signs in this situation. Like, maybe you guys just don't have any earth placements. I was getting like a very, yeah, it's almost like you guys kind of lack grounding. Which is so funny because we have Taurus being highlighted here. Actually, have we? Okay, we are taking this. Okay. I'll get into why I'm laughing in just a second. That's so funny. Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and zoom in here. So the first one that I have is friends long absent are coming back to you. I don't know why that's not. Okay, there we go. Yeah, friends long absent are coming back to you. Wow, go ahead. Lucky number 18, 30, 45, 33, 20, and 6. Oh, that sucks. That sucks really hard that that's not. Ouch. I have be here. Oh my goodness. I have be here being highlighted. Yeah, I feel like meeting this person is going to really help you to enjoy the present moment, to stop being fixated on the past or past hurt, or maybe on what the future might bring. I feel like you're going to be so excited to just spend time with this person that just like the present moment is going to become it for you. We have better happy, better smiling. Yeah, this person improves your life on literally every single aspect. I have my 7 of Pentacles in reverse here. So I am getting the sense, what I'm hearing is like you can't harvest fruit from a plant you didn't, from seeds you didn't plant, right? So there is this need to vocalize what you want, what your dreams are, in order for you to attain or manage your goals in this situation. I don't know why it's not focusing properly, but whatever. I have my K charm here being highlighted. So yeah, Billie, you are sassy. You guys are sassy. Oh my goodness, you're sassy. There's like this real brat dynamic going on here. Where it's like if you don't get your way, you're just like, K, fine. I have my starfish here. So there could be, I feel like when you guys first meet, it's going to be really superficial, really shallow. I feel like you guys might be like friends with benefits at first, or you might be very I think you'll be intimate before commitment is what I want to highlight here. And I feel like you guys will be interested in each other initially 100% based on looks. Like nothing else but looks. I'm getting, ooh, you guys might go traveling together. Yeah, maybe you guys go on a cruise, or maybe you go to like Mexico. Again, I'm from the US, so I do see you going abroad with this person though. I have my 3-digit ring here. Okay. Yeah, this is giving like youthful love as well. I feel like this person is like your dream come true. Like this is someone that you dreamed of being with when you were younger. You dreamed of meeting someone like this. We have Taurus energy coming out, as I said before. I have someone with colored hair being highlighted. I have someone with brown hair being highlighted. I feel like there might be a no contact situation, potentially with a father. I did mention that earlier where I was like, maybe the Panthers, like family disowned them. Maybe it might have been like the Panthers' dad here. Other than that, I do think one of you, I know that this might be like a straight relationship, or it might be like a WLW relationship, but I feel like one of you is daddy, like one of you is dominant. I do see that this relationship gives you a lot of hope for love, and I think it gives you a lot of hope for your life and the direction that your life is going. However, I feel like when you guys first meet, you'll be quite mousy with this person, where you're kind of like quiet, timid, like you're not quite comfortable enough to be authentic yet. Now, the only initial that came out is F. So, Francine, Franny, Francisco, Francis, Francesca. I don't know many F names. Faith, Fate, Full. Farah. Yeah, that's really all I can think of. I'm sorry. Yeah, I just filmed for like 5 hours anyway, so I'm sure you'll forgive me. That's my raw, authentic truth, guys, is like I'm tired. Alright, well, thank you guys so much for joining me. This was a super fun reading to do. You guys are super, like, your energy is just fun. Your energy is exciting, it's spontaneous, it's very, very fun. I had a lot of fun doing your reading. So make sure that you let me know down in the comments how this resonated for you. Maybe check out your angel number 547 once again, and let me know down in the comments what message came up for you. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye!